Hello and welcome back to Pact of the GM. I am very excited to be here with you as I collect a group of unlovable misfits who have all sworn their soul to me, the GM. We're actually missing two players again this week, unfortunately. The first is Keth, who, through things that she cannot control, is unable to be here. We shall power on without her and wish her all the best. But we're also missing someone who we were hoping to have a special guest, Mr. Travis Willingham. I don't know if you've heard of him. He was supposed to be here, but according to a rumour I heard, he is unfortunately trapped on the Red Planet and is currently in the process of being rescued by NASA. We're hoping we can bring him back safely. We might get Elon Musk on that. We shall see. But in the meantime, we shall power ahead, as we always do. And we'll start off by looking backwards before we go forwards. And remind ourselves what occurred last session, where there was a little bit of laughter and definitely a lot of fun. At least there had better been some fun, or I'm going to be really angry at my players. To give us that summary, I think this week we have Jake.
Hell yeah. And I totally took notes and totally wasn't hoping to rely on the campaign journal. But anyway, okay, what happened last week? Last week was actually super, super fun and exciting. And after the whole shenanigans that we did running around and trying to find people and understand what the hell Badgerton was, we ended up going to speak to old Marge. No, it's not. Old Mag. I can't remember the name, but some old sort of person. And I might be wrong with this actually, but
it was Odich, the spinny.
That was it. Yeah. Sorry. Odich is the person that we went to go meet. And as I think it was Geronimo and Baron who walked up to the door. And as we opened it, we had this big puff of smoke come out. And this guy was there and he was super laid back, looked like he was definitely, smoking something that gave him, I don't know, like some sort of chilled atmosphere. He was definitely in maybe the Canada section of this world. But anyway, we went inside, and after sort of tasting the good and such, he reminded us that of these whispers that we heard, or had someone had told us about, and that if we wanted to learn more about them, we just had to try and listen. So we all kind of listened, and we heard some sort of like invitation that was kind of unique to each of us. I think Geronimo heard that down underneath the ground they had the best pastries in the world, so he was very keen to go down there, and I think everyone else kind of heard the same thing. So after we sort of discussed this ourselves, we decided that we're going to go to this cave that Odrich told us about. So we ventured off, went into the cave. As we went inside, it was pretty dark, but then we found out that they were giant, was it ferrets? I think it was giant ferrets. Or otters, I can't remember which they are, but giant ferrets or something like that were sort of like attached to carts that were filled with food and such. And after this sort of like looking around and checking those out, we kind of discovered there clearly must be people in here. So Geronimo, kind of noting that he was good with wood carving tools, was going to go over to one of the doorways that we saw to kind of lock it just in case there were people, so we could kind of sneak around. Unfortunately, he wasn't so stealthy and ended up tripping up, kind of face planting into the wood and causing a ruckus, and out came a goblin through the door, which obviously initiated combat. This was a time for us to kind of show off our new skills, our new level 3 powers. So I believe Brannon utilized a enlarge spell on Durgus, who grew to a much bigger size than he was used to. And we sort of confronted the goblins in the first room. We took them down pretty easily. Geronimo revealed his new weapon, which is Tank, which was a small little sort of mobile gun that he'd made out of the previous gun. And I think, everyone just sort of showing off their new sort of abilities, really. We cleared the first room and discovered that there was way more goblins than we anticipated. So we kind of funneled through another room, like a little small segue of the tunnel, only for the goblins to kind of realize that they were sort of outmatched and kind of retreated. They then brought out these wolves and everything, and everyone was fighting them, and we were trying to get through. And eventually we get into this other storeroom where we beat them off and they run yet again. However, Geronimo had the fantastic idea, and he told Brandon all about it, to do a flanking maneuver. And bringing Brandon with him, they spent a whole 5 or 6 rounds trying to get to the other side of the room, at which point the others, I think that was Durgus, Baron, and Natara had managed to actually get through and kill the rest of the goblins and the hobgoblin that was there. And by the end of the round, I think Geronimo just managed to get through after spending way too long doing this flanking maneuver to get the last hit on the goblin. And I believe that was where we left off, with the goblins defeated.
Yeah, thank you, Jake. A pretty good play-by-post, if you will, of what was mostly a dungeon crawl last session. We don't do a lot of them, but they are a bit of fun here and there. And yeah, we kind of finished the last session, narratively speaking, with the final goblin being engulfed in the moonlight rays that Natara had created, and watching as that goblin slowly broke apart and dissolved into this kind of ashy pile of nothingness, with enough emotional blackmail on my part with the description to make you all feel bad, I am sure. We return then to the aftermath of that combat. The party are standing at the heart of this underground lair, if you will. Around them, in this great open cavern, there are a number of bridges connecting this central platform, which sits above a seemingly bottomless abyss. Some pillars stand holding the rocky ceiling above, suggesting that this was once a well-inhabited location deep under the ground that Badgerton resides upon. They've passed through a number of smaller chambers and tunnels, some of which have been expanded to allow for water collection devices and the like. And there are a few other rooms they are yet to explore, as well as some finds that they made earlier that perhaps they would like to go back and see. So, with the rage that had engulfed Baron beginning to fade, the almost ghostly anchor seems fused to his left arm, now beginning to shift and almost drag back into his flesh, something that those of you outside of Brandon have never seen before. And with Durgus perhaps looking very disappointedly over the edge of the cliff down to where his faithful companion Pudge fell not too long ago. We jump straight back into our cave scene.
Geronimo is going to run from his position on the other side of the chasm. He's going to make his sort of short, stout sort of way across the bridge and over to the others, kind of seeing the mess of goblins made there and go, hey, I told you guys the flanking maneuver worked.
Well, at least none of us are seriously injured. He kind of looks towards Geronimo, giving him a bit of a smirk and a nod. From that, Baron would walk back over to the hobgoblin body.
What do you bloody mean not seriously injured? He sort of walks over to the edge and peers on down. He's bloody gone!
Who's gone?
Bloody that little dragon thing.
Wait, are you telling me he's dead?
Well, they bloody filled him full of arrows and now he's down there.
Geronimo's going to go to the edge and peer over, see if he can see anything.
Can't actually move my...
You are welcome to give me a perception check if you'd like.
Yeah, that's because the game is paused.
Oh, yeah, sorry. I can unpause so you can move around the board, but for those of you who can't see, I've made the board basically totally visible to the players, just so they have some help with navigating around when they do their exploring.
Yeah, so Durgus would do the same, seeing if he can sort of see this little old buddy down there.
Right. Yeah, if you want to take a look for Pudge, just give me a perception check. Given the lack of lighting, even those of you with dark vision, this would be a disadvantage.
23.
10.
Geronimo, it is pretty much imperceptible blackness down there. Like, you can definitely see it drop down, and you can see the kind of grayscale shapes and shades of what looks to be some fairly sheer rock faces that support these small, almost stone platforms and pillars that make up where you're standing. But really, nothing down there. Durgus, you take a bit of a closer look, and you're able to perceive slightly further than Geronimo does. But this only adds to the kind of magnitude of the depth that you're looking at. You're not quite sure how far this goes down, but it is so far that it is impossible, really, for you to be able to perceive anything beyond the light and your own dark vision. There is really nothing there. Pudge just appears to be gone.
Hey, Bigsy, I don't see him, man. I don't know what to say. I can't see, not even with my goggles.
Look, it's a bloody dragon or something. Surely he can fly. I mean, he didn't have legs, but I'm sure he can do something. He sort of peers over the edge again and goes, Badge! Badge! Also, you just
He
keep
also,
your ear out
like-
listening for a bit.
Couldn't he also teleport?
Just as for some context there, the word Pudge is shouted very loudly. It echoes around the cavern, but there is no reply until very faintly in your ears, Durgus, you begin to hear this soft whispering voice return, that almost lullaby of promise that your Drake could be returned to you.
And at this, he sort of stands up, like clearly a little throne. Like, where did that whispering come from? And he quickly turns away. He peers towards Geronimo. He goes, What's that, you?
Yeah, I said I don't know what to do, man. It doesn't look like he's down there at all.
No, the bloody whispering.
Geronimo kind of looks left and right. I'm not the sort of person that whispers, as you can tell.
I think I might know where the whispers are coming from. I found some strange altar while making my way through here.
Well, it might really explain something, but look, I'm just hoping, he's gone to his bloody space realm or whatever. But I'm sorry to say, Brennan, but I think we killed your sister as well. He sort of walks over towards the hobgoblin and peers on down towards it.
Hey, is that a Hetzy sister? And Geronimo's going to walk over to it and kind of like prod it with his wrench.
Brandon, they definitely just called your sister a hobgoblin. You going to take that?
He just looks a little thrown by it. What?
I mean, I hope this ain't your sister, as Bigsy says. That would be real unfortunate. I mean, they don't look too alike. I mean, I can kind of see maybe they got a similar nose, but
No, my sister is human and also female.
Oh, wait, this ain't female?
Geronimo, give me a nature check.
Awesome. Nice.
No.
Oh, here we go. Oh, 12.
A 12. You give this hobgoblin a look over. It's in the armor it's wearing. It's pretty shapeless. It's got there's nothing really too defining there. And you didn't spend a lot of time studying the anatomy of hobgoblins. Anyone else who might want to try and discern the gender of this hobgoblin is welcome to make a nature check.
Never mind. Oh no, there we go.
Oh, with a 17, Durgus, you've seen some pretty good-looking hobgoblins, and this ain't one of them. But they have a particularly kind of prevalent number of teeth. Males have slightly more than the females, and additionally, based on the kind of height that this hobgoblin was, you believe this was probably a female hobgoblin.
Well, he sort of goes over it and quite almost intrusively he goes sort of open its mouth up and peers on inside, closing one eye to get a better look, before taking his arms and sort of leaning forwards and stretching out to sort of use himself as a measuring tool compared to this thing. Well, I ain't no expert on these things, but I think it may be a female.
Brandon kind of peers down, bringing up his hat a little bit. Oh, my mistake. Either way, that's still not my sister.
Well, I don't know what to say. Maybe these goblins turned her into this. I mean, you don't know how those bloody things work.
Hey, I got a story that they used to say in Cogwheel. They used to tell us when we were growing up that if you didn't eat your carrots, there was some big goblin fella comes in and takes young little gnomes and turns them into little goblins.
Can we possibly assume that this is not her until we find any kind of evidence to say otherwise?
Well, I mean, did she have any tattoos or, any sort of bodily marking?
Not that I'm aware of.
Well, look, if we don't find her, I'm just going to say that, I think Baron did the final blow.
I don't think they turned her into a goblin. and he'd kind of walk over to the hobgoblin body, breaking off like maybe a tusk or like a large tooth or something, and just kind of rifling around and see if it's got anything of value on it.
You need to give me a nature or survival check to get a tooth out relatively well, but you are welcome to rifle. So while you give me that roll, I shall double check.
18.
An 18? That's not bad. Have you got a knife on you or something?
He's got like smaller axes. He's got like hand axes.
Yeah, that would work. Okay. So with a little bit of kind of elbow grease, some hard work, and some very bloody kind of hacking, ka-chunking sounds, you manage to collect 5 of the teeth relatively well intact, though you pretty much completely maul the rest of the face of this hobgoblin before beginning to rifle through its pockets and check its armor. Give me 1 second. I want one of you. So the hobgoblin was carrying on it a longsword, just kind of as it is. Some chainmail that looks like it could use a little bit of repair before it would be in tip-top condition again. As well as 4 gold pieces and 6 silver pieces.
Nice.
That was everything that was on the hobgoblin.
Cool. So that was like some worn chainmail and a longsword.
Yeah, worn chainmail, longsword, the gold, and obviously the teeth you collected.
Yeah, I think kind of pulling the chainmail free, you'd kind of look over to the rest of the group, mainly towards Durgus. Maybe with a bit of a cleanup, this might be useful for you.
Well, it's a little heavy for my type, but I'm sure we'll manage to do something with it. As for the sword, you gonna keep that?
Kind of just holds it out like, in front of him.
I mean, well, these things are very trusty at range. I think aren't exactly the best man or if you get what I mean.
So I was just wondering if we could at all keep that little ferret rat thing at the front, take it with us. I mean, it'd be kind of cruel if we just left it tied down to that cart.
There was quite a few of them, actually. I think there was another 3 in a small cage that we passed. Did you want all of them?
I don't think I could take care of all of those things, but hey, maybe if we get all of them, I can see which one likes me the most.
I suppose we could always give the rest of the townspeople, maybe even get a bit of cash for it.
That's a good idea, Hetzi. I think we're a little bit strapped for cash, aren't we?
Yes, I have. Moths is about all I have of them.
Wait, you got moths? Why?
Don't worry.
Geronimo's going to shrug at that and then walk over to the hobgoblin. I know it's already been checked, but he's going to look for some sort of like identification on it, like if there's any sort of like defining feature on the hobgoblin.
Anything to kind of tell you its identity?
Yes.
Nothing really on its person. There doesn't appear to be any kind of military tags. There doesn't appear to be any kind of paper or anything. It's recognized. Well, it's not so recognizable anymore now that it's had its face hacked off. But if someone said describe this hobgoblin, you could again. But it carried nothing on it that said maybe what its name was or what its purpose here was.
Alrighty. Geronimo, kind of having done that, sort of satisfied that this was definitely not Brandon's sister, kind of stood up and kind of looked towards Baron.
So, Smarzy, you said that you found an order? Maybe that's where all those damn whisperers came from.
Yeah, I believe that's likely where they were from. It seemed to intensify when I walked in, at least, so if we are all approaching it, just be careful.
Well, I think we're going to have to search this entire place anyway. I mean, we still haven't found your sister. He says that more over towards Brannon for peering around. Well,
kind of looking around for exits other than the one they came from. Yes, I think she may have gone deeper in.
Unfortunately so. Well, I'm surprised she was able to get past all this, but still, fingers crossed that, she's still alive and kicking. Still, I suggest we, check the places we haven't first. I mean, I'm curious over that way. He says, sort of pointing over towards the big old tunnely thing to his right. And then we can, retrace our steps and see what exactly all those strange sort of brewing devices were.
Yeah, let's stick together though. I don't want a surprise like that again.
Yeah, well, let's go this way first. And he quickly, obviously not really asking for consent of the others, begins to waddle off. A little bit injured, not bleeding anymore, but sort of walking with a bit of a limp on his right side as he moves over towards this big old sort of welly thing to the right, Alex.
Yep. Stepping into that room, off to one of the tunnels, you find yourself standing in a fairly enclosed chamber. The sound of kind of gently trickling water beginning to become more echoing as you step into this, what is basically a sound box. The chamber itself appears to have 3 stacks of pools, one above the other, that water feeds into the top one, then almost like a cascading fountain runs down, overflows, and then into the next one, and so on down. The water in the final, almost trough, if you will, seems to go somewhere. It's definitely not overfilling, and yet it's continuing having water run in. The water's got to go somewhere. Around on the walls, as you look at them, I would like everyone please to make me either a religion, history, or arcana.
Is that for everyone?
Everyone can do it.
Yes.
Say that again, Alex.
Religion, history, or arcana. Your choice.
We're all based, so
Yeah,
They are all imp-based, but someone might have picked a different one to put their proficiency in.
religion, why not? Oh,
No.
that's not good.
None of them are.
Oh no, Browning got 25.
He did. Okay, so 25 for
9.
Brannon, 6 for Durgus, 13 for Barrand, and 9 for Geronimo. Fantastic. So, Durgus, Barrand, Geronimo. Looks like a bunch of cave paintings to you. There's this kind of dark stain that's been used to pattern the walls. If you didn't know any better, it would look like someone had hurled their feces at them. Brannon, you did some research and some studying of kind of the past and certainly people's beliefs whilst you were training as a wizard. And you are able to discern a little bit more from what you are seeing than the others. From what you can tell, there appears to be some incredibly almost archaic or vestigial depictions of a great, what looks like worm that seems to, from where it's been painted on the wall, it appears as if it's rising out of one of the pools and then diving down into another one. And this happens on multiple times over the pool. This sort of imagery has appeared in a number of locations around Middenfair, and according to certain scholars and researchers you had studied, this was often tied to the destruction of land or the foretelling of some kind of great cataclysm that was coming. But beyond that, the imagery is far too basic.
He leans over the edge of the pool, trying to get a closer look at them and just following the symbol with his finger. No, it's some kind of end of the world thing. Who?
Well, I don't know how you got that. I mean, it seems to be some sort of flying, well, I don't know if it could, but sort of flying lump of poo flying between his different wells.
It's more of a serpent, but I guess if you want to take it as poo.
Yeah, maybe we should trust Hatsy. Ain't this his profession?
Well, yeah, do you, study death worms or something?
Just history, archaeology, that kind of thing. He looks around. Is there any statues that are more... any statues or anything that he can actually pick up, or is there everything on the wall?
Give me a... You said you were leaning over the pool, right?
Yeah.
Give me a perception check.
Damn.
With a 4, you look around, but you don't spot anything in particular that seems like a statue or an icon. In fact, there doesn't appear to be any other kind of iconography whatsoever here. It just appears to be these kind of cave paintings over kind of in the background of this pool, which is oddly calming. Those of you who have stepped into the room might find that actually the whispers that were kind of endemic from before are no longer audible. It's almost as if the sound of the water, even that gentle trickling, is almost seeming to deafen out the whispers.
Well, it's nice to have some peace and quiet.
No, well, maybe. I mean, we don't know where this thing leads. I mean, maybe it's got a little hole at the bottom, but that water has to go somewhere. And almost without compromise, he quickly moves forwards and dunks his head into the little well thing, squinting as he tries to see if you can see any sort of hole or something through there.
Give me a Constitution saving throw. Those are some pretty damn good
21,
rolls.
yeah.
Yeah, 21. Very impressive. You dunk your head straight in, and immediately, you know when you get those record scratch moments, and you're like, "Hi, my name's Durgan."
Yeah.
I bet you're wondering how I got here. You pretty much stick your head into some of the most filthy, disgusting water you have ever let touch your skin. This stuff is just filled with this strange kind of almost mucousy, slimy kind of mosses and pondweeds and things like that. They just immediately begin to get caught up in your beard. They get all over your face. The water is very dark and black, almost. You would consider it almost stagnant if it wasn't for the fact that it seemed to be flowing very gently the way it is. And it has this terrible, acrid tang that immediately just assaults the nostril and the mouth and everything. It's awful water. Despite this, you kind of steel your stomach. You know, you've had some pretty bad drinks before. Maybe not quite like this level, but damn it, you can outdrink anyone in a tavern. You can take a dunking in a pool of poo water. Peering around with your head underwater, you can see that at the far side of the pool, at kind of the base of the pool that is built in above it, there is an open kind of gap where water seems to be flowing back almost underneath itself, back into the wall away from you. Additionally, looking around where Barrand actually missed any other kind of iconography, you see that at regular intervals there are 4 stone pillars that are set into the ground in that bottom pool. This is under the water.
Okay. Just how big is the hole which the water seems to be going through?
Probably about Durgus sized. Kind of, if you were thinking looking ahead, you know how kind of a storm drain looks? That kind of, very short but very wide. It's kind of like that, set into the rock surface at the far side of the pool from the one you're standing on.
Okay.
So it's almost like the water is draining out backwards.
Yeah, and probably going back up. Okay. And these 4 little stone things, like, just how deep is this, like, little welly reservoir thing? Like, is it quite far down? Or is it,
no, not particularly deep. With you dumping your head in, your head is fairly close to the bottom.
Okay.
And these stone pillars, you could compare them probably in size to, say, you know those kind of large 2-litre bottles of, like, Coke and stuff?
Yeah.
It's about that size. It's about that size, but more blocky and square.
I'm loving all these modern size equivalents.
Dude, have I put you in the mood for fantasy?
Hell yeah, you have. But yeah, seeing these sort of like stony pillars, he tries to squint and get a little bit closer to see if there's any sort of like runic marks on them or something, if they just seem entirely, just of themselves.
You have to kind of wipe them away a bit. They are covered in the same kind of slimy, mossy greenery that is now all through your beard and things like that. But doing so reveals this very much cuboid shape, that kind of rectangular structure that they have. And in fact, running your hands over it, you can feel that they are very, very worn and rounded. This stone appears to have been down here for a very, very long time, and so erosion has taken place and really taken those sharp edges off of it. On the flat sides, you can feel the bumps where there were probably once some kind of short runic phrases or words. But due to the fact that this seems to have been down here for just so long, those runes have become nigh impossible to tell.
Okay. And I take it they're like firmly cemented to the ground, like built into the actual stonework.
Yeah. You can't really tell how they're joined, but they definitely, like, as you push your hand into it, it's almost like you are, there is no movement whatsoever. There's no suggestion that this could be lifted up or anything.
Yeah. And with that, he sort of finally brings his head back up, sort of whipping his hair as he goes. Though instead of it being sexy, it's him just sort of gasping, and this smelly poo water going absolutely everywhere. He grumbles, sort of reaches his hand and uses it as a makeshift comb to sort of go through his beard, sort of filtering out all this like filthy muck before appearing to the others. Right, well, it doesn't smell nice, it doesn't taste nice, but it's got some, there's a hole over there which the water goes through, which I'm pretty sure, links this thing back around, and there's these four little, stony, objecty things. I mean, they had runes on them at some point, but they've just been worn to hell.
Do you think you could remove them?
Well, I mean, even if I could, I doubt we'd be able to read them. I mean, it's just completely, I mean, they've clearly been there a long time. But, I mean, if you really want, and he sort of goes down now, and he doesn't put his head down into it. He instead just sort of reaches down with his arm to see if he can maybe reach the thing just, by himself without completely submerging.
Yeah, you could do that. As I said, it wasn't particularly deep. You, with one arm kind of going right down, you could get your hand firmly around one of the pillars.
Yeah, and he's going to do that and then sort of reach down with his other hand and give it a bit of a shake and a wobble and just try to, with his, the best he can, essentially try to break this thing through.
Okay.
Three, yeah.
Yeah. Give me an athletics check, please.
Okay. 15.
15? You begin to work at it, and it takes kind of a lot of thrashing back and forwards with your arms. You have to kind of make that rocking motion, sending the stone one way, pulling it back the other, really trying to work on the faults that exist at the base of the stone. But slowly, after 30 seconds, a minute of work, you begin to feel the give as the stone that is quite old begins to crumble and break, and eventually, with a kind of jerk, you manage to throw yourself to one side and go a little bit too far as you manage to break one of these stone pillars off from how it was set into the pool below.
Yeah, and he sort of stumbles back. Obviously, the force is sort of taking him, and he moves to try and obviously not fall on over. He then, with this sort of manky, I imagine, sort of poo water-covered hands, thrusts them forwards towards Brannon. Oh, there we go. Go on, then.
He'll take the thing and kind of look over it, and using his feature, I should be able to tell the value of it and who made it.
Original purpose, its builders, monetary value of art objects more than essential. So it's not an art object, so there won't be a value to it. However, you can determine purpose and builders. Looking it over, and based on your training as an archaeologist, you immediately tell that this is a very archaic and ancient artifact, if you will. Based on looks alone, as well as what you realise to be the purpose and builders, this thing has to be a few centuries old at this point, if not older. From what you can gather, this was first designed by an ancient race of Yanti.
As in the
snake people. Yeah.
Okay, cool.
The latest references to such people being so close to Midden Fair that you have are actually older than how old you think this artifact is. If this artifact you reckon could be 300 to 500 years, the latest references you know of the Yonti being so close are perhaps 1,000 years ago. Additionally, the purpose of the object at first is a lot harder to discern, but eventually, based on what you understand of the kind of pictograms behind, and based on the fact that Durgus explained there's a couple of them down there, and what it looks like, you believe that it was a tool in an ancient ritual designed to try and calculate when an expected doomsday was supposed to arrive. A very, very basic, nascent form of divination.
Okay. He kind of rolls it over in his hands, looking at it, and takes out a piece of parchment, notes down a couple of things, and then places it down. And he's actually going to, on one of the pieces of parchment, try and draw out the snake figure behind on the walls as to the best of his ability. I mean, so he's got a copy of it.
Yeah,
performance.
No, there's no check needed for that. As I said, it's cave paintings. They're very, very simple and basic. There's not a huge amount of detail to be garnered there.
He's going to wrap it up. And how big is this this pillar?
Oh, as I said, think 2-litre Coke bottle, so maybe 1.5 foot by maybe about 4 or 5 inches across.
So he could take it with him quite easily.
Yeah, you could carry that under one arm quite comfortably.
And then he'll roll up the parchment, put it away, and pick up the thing and goes, well, this is curious. Actually, it's kind of ridiculous, but I think this is Yuan Ti.
You what?
You what? Yeah.
Half snake people.
Yeah, I mean, you're taking the piss, or...
No, 100% serious. They're not actually have ever supposed to be in this area, or at least the nearest time they had been was decades, millennia before this. And this isn't even that old.
But what kind of things do those snake people do? They don't sound so civilized to me.
Are they that dissimilar from they are in official law?
Yeah, no, I with this campaign I've tried to diverge somewhat from official law. They, from what you know and from your training, they were originally a kind of chosen race of the gods. But due to some kind of great misfortune, the type of which no one's been able to discover yet, they ended up becoming cursed to their kind of more bestial, fearsome appearance and nature that they then took on. By the last known accounts, they were almost this kind of fallen race that was desperately trying to cling on to existence in some hope that they would return from the precipice of extinction, and they just never did.
He's kind of just looking over the pillar again and goes, well, they were supposed as far as I'm aware, they've died out, or at least I believe they died out before this would even have been built. So, as for what they are, a cursed race, half snake. Don't remember them being particularly friendly, but, well, I mean, remember, but I don't remember my notes saying them as friendly, but, I mean, it's a race of people. Can't generalize too much.
It's interesting to say half snake. The altar I found depicted a selection of snakes.
It was most likely theirs then. I imagine they built most of this place. Although, judging by how it's quite, well, basic, maybe they weren't here long? Or...
Well, they're bloody dead now. I mean, you said they're wiped out, and well, there's bloody goblins everywhere, not these bloody snake people.
That's what I mean. They were supposed to have been majoritively gone thousands of years ago, and this is barely a couple hundred.
Well, a couple of hundreds, you know, that's still a long time, and even for us, even for my kind. Oh, God, they're clearly not here. We've got no reason to worry about them, surely.
No, it's not worry, it's more interesting. I know a number of people who'd be very curious about this, and if we found something maybe more sufficient, maybe a statue or a better piece, we might be able to get a bit of money for it.
Well, I think we know where to find one, but did you say there was something else down there, Durgus?
Well, there's a little hole for the water. I mean, it's my sort of size, but I think it maybe looped back up around to the mouth up there. He sort of gestures. I assume it's similar, Alex, to the art and how it's got, you know, this sort of like big old mouth at the top where the water spews out of.
Yeah, it has. The mouth itself is less stylized than in the artwork. There's just kind of some gaps in the stonework and stuff, but yeah.
Did you want me to try and have a look?
Well, I mean, it is my size, and I mean, I just don't really want to get stuck up there or anything.
If you want, I could go, because I'm a bit smaller than you, Bigsy, and maybe wrap a little rope around me, and if I get stuck, then you can pull me out. I don't think I could pull you out. I mean, no offense, but I'm not exactly the strongest of the five of us.
You will. Do you have your bubble hat still? He says up towards Brannon.
Well, that wasn't actually my hat. They did something to it.
Hey, well, will it still be doing the bubble thing?
Yeah, I ain't changed it. Still the same.
Hey, well, and he goes to quite now quickly take the hat off of Brandon's head before asking him, and goes to plonk it on Geronimo, before reaching to his backpack and pulling forward some rope, which he aims to try and wrap around him.
Really wish you would just ask before doing that.
Yeah, where's your manners, Bigsy? I know you're captain and all, but you gotta keep your crew's morale high.
Oh, exactly. I'm the captain. I can do what bloody I want.
And not if you get a mutiny. And he kind of giggles.
You can bloody well try.
Hey, just remember, I know where you sleep, pal.
Well, you sleep right above me. I mean, it's sort of a lose-lose situation.
Yeah, okay, maybe we shouldn't do anything. I don't think our bed can take it.
Hey, have you heard of mutually assured destruction?
I get what you mean. Okay, I'll shut up. Let's get going.
Yeah, and sort of wrapping the rope around him, he sort of points towards roughly where he saw the hole was. Obviously, sort of gesturing Geronimo towards the direction.
Yeah, Geronimo's gonna go towards where the hole is, submerge himself under the water with a hat on, and try. He's gonna make sure he's wrapped. He's tied a nice little knot with the rope so he can be pulled. And then he's gonna obviously wear the hat and go in and check out the hole.
Yeah, so you kind of slide into this fairly short, kind of wide chamber that has been built into the stone. Not built, that has formed in the stone. As you dunk yourself and submerge yourself in the same grimy water that Durgus still stinks of. Immediately your clothes are sodden all the way through, and you see that kind of black, almost mulchy stain of nasty, sodden kind of pondweeds that begin to stick to your clothes as you wade through and lower yourself down. As you kind of peer through the bubble having popped and formed around your face, can't really see what's going on too far in, just because there seems to be this very uneven kind of winding stone path that drops the water down lower. You're gonna just swim in?
Yeah, he's gonna keep going.
Okay. Pulling yourself inside and beginning to swim a little bit further, you slowly traverse this short, almost channel through the rock. As you do so, you begin to feel the water becoming a little bit warmer, slowly over time, going from an uncomfortable wet dampness to that kind of lukewarm, where in your current condition it feels like it is warming up, but certainly isn't particularly hot. Eventually arriving at that kind of I've wet myself warmth stage. And at which point you can see up ahead there appears to be a kind of T-junction, except rather than an option of going left and right, you have an option of up or down from what you can see.
Up or down? Okay, Geronimo's gonna approach it, feeling kind of like he's wet himself in a constant state. He's gonna kind of like touch his pants and then quickly realize that he's actually submerged in water. So
Send into the pit as well.
yeah. He's gonna look up and down, kind of scratch at his chin a little bit, before he kind of makes his way up.
Okay, that's fine. Because the moment you step out into the junction, I'm going to do an athletics check.
Oh no!
My caught by Vance Joy's riptide.
Oh. 10. I got a nice one.
With a 10, you begin to swim out into the chamber, or into the kind of the junction, and immediately you find yourself thrown upwards, almost as if caught by an updraft. For those of you outside, the rope, which apparently no one grabbed, suddenly whips. Okay. Suddenly whips forward, extending very, very rapidly. As Geronimo, you are thrown up, about 10 feet into a kind of ceiling, that junction above. You are now surrounded in total blackness, turned into slight greyness by your dark vision. You have been spinning over in the water. It has thrown you heavily into the ceiling above, and in fact, for being thrown heavily, I would like you to take 2 points of damage.
He's dead. That's it.
Yeah, that's it. Geronimo dies, drowned like a rat.
Yeah.
For those of you outside, this rope whips forward that 10 feet and then comes to a sudden stop. All of a sudden, kind of burning through your hands, those of you who are holding on. Immediate responses.
Durgus, obviously feeling the sudden jerk, his instinct would be to pull back. And he's going to sort of, because I imagine sort of like plant his feet on the sort of stone base of the fountain before trying his best to sort of pull back with what strength he can muster.
Yeah, Baron would help him out with that as well.
So Durgus, give me an athletics advantage.
Nice. 17.
19 with
Oh, 19.
advantage. Yeah, with advantage. Geronimo, you have this kind of rush, this sudden thunk, that very kind of achy, breaky body feeling, and you're very disoriented in the darkness. And then all of a sudden, bit by bit, you feel you're jerked, almost as like one hand over the other, back down through the water. This strange warm sensation now beginning to kind of heat up to a slight stinging burn, as if you'd just gotten into a bath that was just that little bit too hot.
Geronimo's going to scream in the bubble. He doesn't know what's going on. He's just like...
Inside the bubble, Geronimo, no one can hear you scream.
No.
Hey.
They know we're doing a horror session.
Yeah, we're stepping up the fear factor.
Call of Gerilthu.
Say.
Bit by bit, you are slowly pulled down, bashing up against the rocks, scraping up against sharp bits of corners, as you are eventually pulled round the junction, back out into the original chamber you swam through. It takes a lot longer than it took for you to swim down here, but eventually the rest of you feel that kind of final tug as you pull Geronimo flailing out of the water of the pool, his body now covered in a myriad of kind of scrapes and bruises and cuts, where he has been basically treated brutally against the side of the surface for being hauled out of what was a kind of oddly shaped channel.
Yeah, as Geronimo gets pulled out and the bubble stops, they can all just see him kind of like his hands like on his head, like covering like his eyes, and he's just screaming, going like that. Just constantly.
What bloody happened?
Wait, I'm not dead.
No, we bloody tugged you out.
Oh, thank the maker.
I mean, what happened? Were you eaten by a large fish or something?
No, I got to a sort of up and down T-junction, and then I tried to swim up, and then this big current took me, and then I could feel myself being pulled, so I thought some sort of big creature was trying to eat me.
And he sort of looks them over, seeing if there are any sort of like obvious bite marks or anything, but I imagine not seeing any. He sort of smiles and goes, you're fine. I mean, probably just got caught in the plumbing.
Yeah, well, I ain't strong enough to fight that tide, so if you want to investigate how it goes, then it might need somebody a little bit stronger, but maybe it's a sort of warning that we shouldn't maybe go there, because I don't think there's going to be much.
Well, I mean, you said you could go down as well. I take it that's where the water came from.
I'm fairly sure that's where the current came from. Like when you get pushed back up the other side, it was it's such a strong force. I don't think I could have gotten away from that if it ain't for you guys.
Well, I guess that means there is something below. Or
Geronimo, can you still make those shining rocks? And you kind of look around at the floor, find a bit of debris, maybe, if there is any.
Yeah, of course I can.
Yeah, there's plenty of rocks and debris and stuff like that. It's a cave.
Yeah, you hand a little rock over. Could you do it to this one?
Geronimo kind of nods and pulls out his wrench and kind of like waggles it in the air and then slaps the stone, and it emits the light.
But I'm going to give something a go, and if it doesn't work as I think it will, I'll come straight back up.
Well, I mean, you're going in there. I prefer to put the rope around you.
Yeah, I highly suggest that, because
And mean, if you're able to just drop the rock down, I mean, if you can move Geronimo, it can definitely move the bloody stone.
Yeah, and Baron would kind of pause for a moment. Tie it round me. 1 pull means let go. Actually, no. 2 pulls means let go. 1 means pull me back, okay?
Okay, and do you want the hat as well? Because that was really useful. I could have died in there.
This is what I'm wanting to try. And he'd kind of probably start undoing the rope around Geronimo, like undoing a harness around a toddler, just really jerking him around with it.
Much like a ragdoll, it's kind of.
Before tying it around his own waist.
Yeah, and Geronimo's going to take off the hat and kind of slap it on Baron's head whilst he's undoing his harness.
Yeah, and with the hat on Baron's head, he'd probably. I'm guessing he could probably like stand up in this like little well bit, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, he'd kind of step foot in before taking the hat off and handing it over to Brannon.
Do you not want to take it with you?
No, I've got an odd feeling about something, and with that, he'd go to dive in, heading towards that little storm drain thing.
Okay. Kind of diving straight in. There is that awkward moment, you know, when you dive into water that's a little bit too shallow, and it's about you kind of get that dangerous moment where you feel like you're going to bash your knees. There's a moment like that, but you manage to straighten out fairly quickly and begin to follow a similar route to the one Geronimo had just taken before, though this time you use the rock to help guide you. Immediately upon impact, I am going to need a Constitution saving throw, as you two are subjected to a face full of poo water and fetid plant matter that lives in this dark, nasty slime.
Okay. Would the be able to breathe underwater make any changes to that, or just
Not to this. That
Yeah,
will negate.
it's
That will negate
Otherwise.
any kind of requirement for the hat. But this is just because this stuff is so gross.
Okay. Oh wait, that's the wrong thing. Constitution, right?
Yeah, Constitution saving throw.
Okay.
13. 13 is a pass, and so similar to Durgus, with that kind of iron-willed stomach, with that constitutional sense of I'm not going to throw up, you manage to keep your contents of your stomach inside rather than out, as you two find yourself covered and, you know, face filled with this nasty, gritty nastiness. Beginning to follow the route, as I mentioned before, you no longer feel that strange burning sensation in your lungs. You can feel the water around you. You can even open your mouth and take great lungfuls of it in. But there's no sense of pressure or drowning or any kind of notion that here underwater as you are now, you are struggling to breathe. You continue on until you too join this T-junction, still not feeling any requirement for oxygen or air, and in fact finding yourself to almost be swimming a little bit faster than you were before, almost as if the water is responding to your movements and propelling you just that little bit.
Yeah, and I think first of all he'd try and swim down.
Okay, give me an athletics check.
22.
22 is a very good roll. So you set out immediately, utilizing this strange ability to swim that you have just tested alongside your own physical prowess, and in this kind of almost forwards crawl, you pull yourself out into the junction, begin heading downwards, and immediately are buffeted by that same sensation of the water rising and trying to lift you up with it, the burning intensifying on your skin also. However, with big, powerful swings of your arm, you manage to drag yourself much more slowly now that you're against the current, downwards and downwards and downwards, still utilizing the rock to guide your way as you find yourself descending this almost stack column of water. As you do so, you find that the light on the stone eventually starts to wane in favour of a much brighter light that begins to come into view below you. Eventually, after a few more strokes, I'm going to need another Constitution saving throw.
Okay.
Got to pump those.
It's a 15.
15 will still keep you going. As you continue on down through the water, you can now feel the water begin to become close to scalding. It's immensely hot. You clearly are heading to whatever source of heat exists down here. But you continue to power on, doing your best to just ignore the pain, keep your eyes peeled back as far as you possibly can without losing them, and working towards this source of light, which eventually you get close enough to kind of pick out the details and perceive. And it appears at the bottom of this stack there is what appears to be a roughly melon-sized rock, which glows a kind of deep orangey red and almost seems to be turning and spinning on the spot. As it does so, the water around it you can see actually bubbling and clearly heating up to the point of boiling. Probably the thing rising up and now hitting you is that superheated water coming up. But you are kind of sitting at the top of the chamber it resides in, just working really hard just to stay there.
Does it kind of seem too hot to touch, I'm guessing?
The stone?
Yeah.
Given that it's boiling the water, yeah, you'd imagine this would be like touching, a hot plate.
Okay. Using the chainmail we had, would there be some way you could maybe, like, I suppose try and, like, cup it round it, maybe? Like, use it as a bag, like a makeshift bag?
Try and sling it.
Let's give that a go.
Yeah, I mean, just give me a strength or a dex check.
12.
Okay. Making a kind of makeshift sling with the chainmail isn't too hard. It's kind of unwieldy. You're working to kind of stay swimming in position anyway, but you just about manage to kind of hook the chainmail around underneath it and pull it up towards you. As you pull the rock out of whatever orbit it was stuck in, it immediately dims, going from that bright orangey red to a very dull, almost rust colour. As it does so, you still see the water as hot as it is, but immediately you can begin to feel it incrementally begin to turn down and down and down, becoming far less heated.
Okay. Well, with that, you'd probably try and get hold of it, like, with a better grip, make sure it's not going anywhere. And probably try and go back through the junction, heading upwards this time.
Yeah, with the water still moving past you relatively quickly, you find moving up to be a lot more easy. And as you rise up, you pass the junction from before, you continue up towards, kind of up 10 feet towards that roof that I mentioned before that Geronimo hit. As you do so, you see that the chamber then stretches forwards again in another tunnel, this time kind of winding round, seemingly back on itself. And as you follow this, eventually the chamber breaks off into 3 different paths that you could follow, each becoming narrower and narrower and narrower. Those of you standing outside, around the pools, as this happens, could see very faintly the glow of light appearing behind the kind of 3, spigots that have been formed in the rock surface above the pool. And in fact, as you see this light, you also begin to notice that the run of water coming out is slowing down.
Well, he's doing something.
Like he's managed to make his way around.
Maybe he stopped the flow of water, like the stuff that kind of pinned me to the ceiling.
Or he's just stuck down there. I mean, it could just be building up beneath him.
Yeah, didn't the... So, carry on.
So, Barad, you sort of cry out.
I don't think he can hear you when he's under the water.
Hopefully be back soon. He's not tugged yet.
Yeah, would there kind of be anything else in this chamber, or does it kind of just seem to be this like spout almost?
No, it just seems to kind of run out into these 3 separate channels that form those spouts at the end.
Okay. With that, then he'd begin making his way back to the group, following the trail of the rope.
Yeah, and not before too long, you guys would notice again as that glowing rock would appear this time at the base of the lowest pool, eventually rising up until Baron broke the surface, not even gasping, as he just kind of wades out covered in that nasty slime that forms in the pool. And then clutching in his other hand this kind of makeshift bindle kind of sling made out of the chainmail, inside of which there appears to be a kind of melon-sized, what looks like almost rough orb that is a deep rusty colour. As he has done this, kind of as he's emerging, you notice that the flow of water heading down into the pool has now completely stopped.
That's curious. What have you got there?
It was down that junction Geronimo was talking about. It, I assume, was heating up the water and making it flow, but when I moved it, it just went dim, and he'd kind of hold out the chainmail, kind of opening it up, offering Brannon the weird melon rock.
Brannon will peek in and just delicately go to touch it with his fingertip to see if it's still warm.
It would still be warm, but it's certainly not hot. You can tell it was hot before, but it doesn't burn your skin or anything.
I think it's not going to burn his hand. He'll pick it up and just, again, look over it, see if he can figure out what the hell this thing is.
Your 25 was like a nat 20 on the history, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was a nat 20.
Have you got any bigger modifiers than a 5?
On any int skills?
Any skills whatsoever?
No.
No, in which case, no, you look this thing over, and you can tell clearly it must have some kind of power, given that it was hot and based on what Baron just said. But beyond that, you've never seen anything like this before. It certainly doesn't appear to be like any of the sources of power or energy that you've seen and studied prior.
With my stone cunning, because I'm a dwarf, which I guess I'm going to show, would I get any bonuses to knowing what sort of stone it is? Or is there anything specific about that kind?
I will let you make a history check with double your proficiency.
Okay, Hog.
So make your check with history, and we will add the extra modifier onto whatever you roll.
I can just click it until I get the little ticks, because
yeah, go for it.
Foundry is good. Please be the 13. There we go.
What's your... Is that with your double proficiency?
That's with my proficiency, yeah.
Okay. No. Based on your stone cunning, I will allow you to know that this appears to be some kind of crystal. You recognise just kind of the material as being quite similar to some other crystals that other dwarven clans have dealt with before. But beyond that, you really have no idea.
Well, some sort of crystal, but I'm sure you know that. He's just sort of peering up towards Brandon. I can't say it's particularly something I've dealt with before.
You haven't got a clue what this thing is.
Yeah, I ain't seen it. I ain't seen it all the metalworking or the engineering works that I've seen. I had no clue what it is.
Well, let's keep hold of it, but I mean, maybe it was just there to, hit the fountain, keep it moving. It doesn't seem particularly menacing or anything.
Hey, Smalty, why don't you tell me kind of what sort of device it was connected to kind of make the propulsion of heat? Maybe I can figure something out.
Baron looks towards Geronimo, looking very bewildered. It was in the rock.
It was just in the rock?
I just pulled it away.
Huh. Yeah, I got no clue, sorry.
It seemed to heat up, so maybe your Drake will like it when it's back.
Well, I mean, I'll see if it comes back. He says, looking a little bit sad for a moment. But, I mean, it's no egg or anything, is it? I mean, we don't. If it's a snake, people, snakes lay eggs, don't they?
I mean, I guess it could be an egg.
The Baron kind of just shrugs to it. Well, keep hold of it, but I don't know whether it'll have any use. He kind of back away the melon rock and the chainmail back into his belongings.
Also, we're not going to mention how you can apparently breathe in the water now.
Yeah, why is that the case? I agree with Captain. I want to know. Tell me everything.
Before Baron explains how he can breathe underwater, and was in fact questioned about that prior to the question regarding the extra nautical limb that is an anchor that grows out of his flesh.
However, we just assumed he's a wanker.
Yeah, apparently so. I think we will take our first break of the evening. So we shall take 10 minutes, go and sort ourselves out with some snacks and whatnot, and we shall be back to find out Baron's explanation for how he can breathe underwater. Okay?
Yay!
Yeah.
Hello and welcome back to Pact of the GM. We return just as our barbarian, Baron, has the slightly uncomfortable conversation of explaining why he can now suddenly breathe underwater, and perhaps where an anchor that fuses to his arm comes from. We shall see here in the depths underneath Badgerton.
I mean, and not to mention, the whole hand turning into an anchor thing. I mean, I know you seem like a sound guy, but you haven't been, reading those funky books and, making pacts with malign the gods, have you?
I didn't make any agreement. I'm not going to be, I suppose, a slave to any eldritch being.
Aye, but that doesn't explain, where your thinking comes from.
I don't entirely know. One night on the ship, I was taking a watch and having a look at that totem we found in the cave near Storia. And it kind of just went from there. I had some strange vision of being on the ship, but being underwater. These strange crew, I suppose, around me, but when I came to again, the anchor was fused to me.
Right. Well, I mean, can you control how it comes and goes, or does it just sort of show up?
It seems to be in, well, whenever I'm fighting, getting a bit worked up.
Right. Well, I mean, it ain't sort of speaking to you or anything, is it?
No, nothing like that.
Well, I mean, that's something. Just, if it starts telling you to kill us, just, give us a nudge.
Well, if it's telling me to kill you, I'm gonna try and fight it back.
Aye, well, I hope you don't try. I hope you succeed.
Exactly.
Wait,
That's-
you hope he succeeds in killing us? That doesn't sound very that don't sound so good, Captain.
Succeed and fight that back at dimwit.
Oh yeah. No, I hope you don't try and kill us, Smallsy. That would be super unfortunate.
You say that like you want it to happen.
No, I definitely don't want it to happen. I still got many dreams.
So I'm guessing the whole breathing underwater bit is new.
I didn't know if it was going to work or not. I was just interested to see if there was any change. It seemed I was underwater in this strange vision, so I guess it worked out.
I think the real question is why none of yous have asked me about Tank.
Well, you said you were making it.
Oh yeah, no, I did, but ain't you excited to see what I came up with? Look at him. He's gonna point towards Tank. He's now sort of like just moving towards Geronimo from the other side of the room.
Actually, I need to ask, like, how is that thing moving? Do you have like a small animal in there?
No, it's Goblin engineering. I mean, gnomish engineering.
You sort of Durgus would narrow his eyes at the mention of goblin engineering as, yeah, you ain't a thief, are you, Geronimo?
No, I ain't. Well, I mean, some people might say I'm a thief because technically I stole the gun from that company, but I ain't a thief. It belonged to me. I was just looking at the corpses and I got a bit confused. No, this is gnomish engineering. This is it's a sort of magic that we channel through our bodies into our creations, and then hence this is why they're made. This one's got a little bit more spunk in it.
Right, well, as long as it's shooting the baddies and not the goodies, then I have no issue. Just, keep it away from us.
Yeah, it ain't gonna shoot you. It just does what I say it does.
I mean, all the time. I mean, what if it gains sentience?
Sentience? No, that don't seem right. You ain't gonna shoot me, Tank. He's gonna look at Tank and wait for a response.
Tank doesn't seem to comprehend the question and instead kind of curls up slightly, lowering itself down. and then pops up very quickly, almost doing this little kind of leap in the air, and then just lands.
Yeah, it ain't gonna go sentient. It's totally on our side. Don't worry.
Or was, well, yeah, that's what you think at least.
Anyway, should we get going? Carry on looking. Still worried that she's down here.
Aye, well, let's hope this didn't take too long, and she's still alive and kicking. And he goes to quite quickly scurry on over towards the sort of, the room on the other side of the chasm.
Is that a doorway up there, or is that just a wall?
No, that's just pillars kind of built into the wall.
Okay, cool.
So moving around the large chasm space towards the other side into a separate chamber. In here you find a very similar setup of kind of pools of water that are gently feeding into each other, filled with the same kind of liquid scum, if you will. Additionally, however, set into one of the walls, you see the wooden panelling of what was clearly designed to strengthen the structure that creates this room. A desk with a number of different papers and scrolls that have just been kind of strewn across them as if they were being drawn on very hastily and then thrown to one side. And finally, set right into the centre of the room, built into a small, almost nook of rock, there is a chest that appears to be locked.
Brandon, have a look over the notes on the table, kind of scanning them. First thing, do any of them look like they're written in his sister's handwriting?
Give me an investigation check.
Investigate.
Yes, please.
21.
21's very, very good. You quickly check through them, almost using one finger to just briefly lift pieces of paper up and check them with this kind of scanning read before moving on. And you find a number of different papers. Do you speak Goblinoid?
2 seconds? No.
Okay. Most of the papers you find are scrawled in this very hasty, almost childlike language, the notation of which you just don't recognise at all. And you push those to one side, eventually finding amongst the stack of papers that was just deposited to one side what looks to be a piece of parchment that was pulled from a notebook, atop which, written in the same handwriting as the letter you had received, appears to be some kind of note from what you assume is your sister. It reads as follows. Now, I haven't built this one into Boundary yet because I'm a busy boy, but I can post it in the chat for you. You can read it.
Which is what led me to investigate the rumours around the Ark. What a story! The power to create and destroy life, a relic of time before time, and created in some maelstrom mire that formed the very gods. It took some convincing to get the funding. The usual patrons seems lackluster to involve themselves with fairy tales this fantastical. Inevitably, we had some takers, and I cannot express my joy. ... Okay.
Yes.
He'll quickly scan through that and pick it up and put it away in his bag, and then continue looking through the notes to see if he can find anything else.
No, nothing else written, certainly in your sister's hand, only this kind of myriad of papers, much more kind of think small, scrappy pieces of parchment with just this odd language that you can't quite read or comprehend written on.
Is there any that have no writing on them and that look somewhat better?
No, not really. There's a couple of blank scraps of paper, but they're in the same kind of condition as the ones that are written with Goblin on.
Okay, no worries.
You found anything now, Brandon?
My sister was definitely here. Seems like she left this, but it's not a note for us.
What does it say?
Something about the Ark? Anyone know anything about something called that?
Anyone with religion as a proficiency is welcome to make a check.
I generally don't think anyone has that. Maybe in Atara, but obviously Kev's
Yeah, I
not.
don't have it.
I will check Natara and add narrative if needs be. She does not have religion checked.
Oh my god. We are an atheist group.
In this D&D setting. How dare.
Can't believe it.
Convince us gods exist.
Can't say I have. I mean, is there anything else?
No, there's some notes in a language I don't know. Could be Yuan-Ti, could be something else, maybe Goblin, but that seems unlikely.
Oh, let me have a look. He sort of stomps on over, looking towards the papers he was, I assume, Graham was gesturing towards.
Mhm.
I do read Goblin.
Oh, you do?
Yeah.
Then maybe these give up their secrets like nobody's business. It is all Goblin here. It's Goblins all the way down. Hastily scrawled across all of the papers is an assortment of different bootleg plans to try and attack the village above. Some of them note trying to dig straight up and cause the village to collapse in on itself, but this is scratched out with kind of a note that's been added to it that just says then we'd crush ourselves. Another one depicts, in drawing almost cartoonishly, the goblins riding out on the weasels and attacking like some strange kind of weasel Helm's Deep charge. This is also scribbled out because they believe they did not have enough weasels. Another one involves infiltrating the village at night and trying to steal all of their spoons, but this is scratched out because why would they need their spoons? Just this assortment of almost Acme Looney Tunes style plans to try and attack Badgerton, all of them with some kind of cross or note that just says it's an inappropriate plan and they can't do it for whatever reason. Give me an investigation check, please, Durgus.
Oh, shug. Right. Fingers crossed. Goblin gods guide me. No, that's not great.
You come across 3 copper pieces.
Hell yeah. Oh, I'm sad what we missed out on now, but it's fine. It's fine. I now have 10 copper. Oh, we're rolling in it. Obviously going through these and seeing all these rather cartoonish plans, sort of peers towards Brandon and goes, well, it seems we're heroes to an extent. They're planning to attack the village above. They are not exactly the greatest strategists, but they were trying. But
And-
not about your sister, I'm afraid.
And all that was written on her notes.
No, that wasn't hers.
She didn't write any of this. Who that belonged to then?
Well, I mean, she might be able to speak Goblin, but I very much doubt she would have written that. How bad is the handwriting?
Goblin handwriting?
Yeah.
Awful. Take a pen, hold it as if you're almost holding the hilt of a sword, and just move your whole arm as you write. There you go.
Oh yeah.
Okay. Yeah, that definitely wasn't her.
Well, we've got some clue, but I mean, do you know what this bloody arc is?
I haven't a clue. I haven't heard anything about an arc. It seems to say, she says here, it's capable of destroying and creating life. But chances are she's found some kind of rumor or book or something that tells about this fairy tale, and a very minor piece of proof that she believes means it's real, and she's gone gallivanting off after it.
Well, I guess the question is how it ended up here. I mean, I don't see any sign of her. I mean, I expected it to be in a cage or something if the goblins had taken her, but look, I mean, we've got this fancy old chest there. Aren't of you a lot the thieving types? And he goes sort of lean around the corner and peer over towards Geronimo.
Geronimo's going to look up at Durgus and kind of like perk an eyebrow. He seems confused.
Well, look, can you open the bloody lock? I mean, if not, I'll just give it a stomp.
Yeah, I think I could. He's going to try and... Let me have a look at my tools. Oh, I do have thieves' tools. Am I proficient in it, though? Oh, I am. Okay, awesome. Yeah, Geronimo's going to try and... he's going to go to his sort of like tool belt and pick out sort of what seems to be a sort of like a very delicate set of sort of different hooks and sort of straight, pointy things. He's going to attempt to open it up. with the thieves' tools?
Yeah, give me a thieves tool check. So that's basically Dex with your proficiency, because that's what the tools.
Is that built into the thieves' tools?
It might not be, no, because they kind of appear on the side. Just roll a Dex check, and we'll add your proficiency.
Right, Dex check.
Oh baby,
Hot damn.
is that 22? That's just a check, so that doesn't even include your proficiency, which would be
Yeah,
1
24,
at this level. Oh, it's 2. Sorry. So yeah,
Yeah,
24. Like a professional, like a smooth operating criminal, like a man who is on the run from the law. You flick the device down, and it is the work of a few moments as you very easily manipulate this fairly basic lock that is built into this wooden chest, and eventually there is an audible clack as the tumblers fall away. You pull your tools out, and you just open that chest up with a swat of your hand, easy as pie. Inside of which, you perhaps are a little bit disappointed to learn that it's not exactly full of treasure. Instead, sitting at the bottom is a small coin purse, inside of which there is 34 gold pieces, 62 silver pieces,
Holy shit.
and 111 copper pieces.
34, 62,
Got it,
111.
I've got it.
Perfect.
Right.
Additionally, set into the corner, there is what appears to be a kind of dirty kind of twine necklace, along which a number of what look like goblin teeth have been aligned to make it look very, air quotation marks, pretty. And finally, there is what appears to be a small slate shard about the size of a dinner plate, very thin, and on top of which there are some runic symbols and scratched out. Does anybody speak Infernal or Abyssal?
Nope.
Do you not,
No.
Jared? If you're like a barbarian thing?
I speak Common, Dwarvish, and Giant.
Yeah, I speak Common, Giant, and Gnomish.
Does no one have understand language that it's called yet?
Comprehend language?
Wait, that's a good shout.
I think I actually might have that. No, I don't.
I did not grab it.
Oh
Oh.
dear.
Butthead.
Well, Natara gets to speak up, and I shan't be doing an impression of Keth.
Do it.
No, it's not going to happen.
What's on?
Shit, that means I gotta do it. No, Natara does speak Abyssal, which is a little bit of help here. So I'm going to make a quick intelligence check for her. See if she can comprehend. Those are some good rolls. She rolled a 19.
Hot
Ooh.
damn.
Nice work,
Natara... yeah, well done, Keth. Thanks for your support. Natara takes a minute, looks the kind of shard of slate over once, and seems to be lost in thought for a few moments, as if she almost seems to mouth out some words, as if she's trying to take a language that is very similar, but not quite the same, and take it to a language she can comprehend. Eventually she is able to report, in the third person, that this old piece of slate is to be depicting or suggesting the honorifics of an individual by the name of Anaknoon. Based on the context, she understands it, as it's not exactly... She believes it's infernal, which uses the same script as Abyssal, but because the language is different, she can't understand all of it. From the context, she believes they were some kind of deity, and that this is a very, very basic guide as to how to praise said deity, and how to identify servants called Temena. I will put Anaknoom and Temena in our boundary chat for you guys. Anaknoom. There is Temena. But that is all she is able to gather from this very small piece of slate. I believe our players are hastily taking down notes.
Of course.
That's what I like to hear.
Oh, you won't believe what Anak tried to change itself to, but like a.
I'm sure I will believe it. I'm just going to pretend like it's not.
Right.
I tried to write that down on my phone and tried to change it to something else, but anyway.
Also, with this being relayed, Durga sort of furrows his eyebrow and goes, well, I mean, it's nothing to me. I mean, does it say how to identify them, or can you not really tell?
From a shrug of her shoulders and a brief explanation, it seems that it might, but because of the differences between Infernal and Abyssal, she can't quite tell. If you had someone that actually spoke Infernal, or if you took it to a translator, they may be able to give you more details.
Right, well, I guess we just need to find someone who speaks Demon. I'm sure that won't be hard to do at all.
You need to find someone who speaks Devil. Demon is Abyssal. Don't confuse the two. The Blood War is very real. Actually, it's not, but yeah.
Jeez.
Fergus doesn't know the difference.
Okay.
I'm role
Oh,
playing.
yeah, sure, okay. I doubt my players before I doubt my characters.
Yeah, exactly.
Geronimo is going to look towards Brandon at this point and go, hey, Hatsi, did you pick any skills whilst you were being taught your little magical stuff to be able to read this sort of thing?
I've heard of it, and I know of a spell that does exactly what you're meaning, but I'm afraid I don't have access to it.
Damn. I doubt they got any translators up in Badgerton. Maybe if we keep hold of this thing, might find somebody elsewhere or in our travels.
Possibly. If I find the spell as well, I'll be able to produce it then, but until that point, I'm afraid we're out of luck.
Hey, well, let's keep our fingers crossed, shall we? And with that, he sort of bundles on over towards the big old sort of... I take it there is this big fountain thing in the corner, Alex.
Yeah, there's another one of those kind of multitude of different stacked pools, one on top of another, again, each feeding into the one below it.
Yeah, and does it seem to be a similar sort of mechanism?
It seems to be of a similar design, though if you want to dunk your head underwater, you may or may not see more of those rock pillars, we'll see.
Yeah, he's gonna... As I imagine, Brandon's probably still mulling over the desk. He's going to reach up onto his tippy toes and sort of reach up to try and grab the rim of the hat before pulling it off of it, before dunking it down onto his head, before he very promptly moves on over towards the side of the little fountain and sticks his head on down.
Again, there's this repeat of submerging yourself in this different, nasty world, though with the bubble that kind of pops into existence to allow you to breathe. You don't suffer nearly the same kind of poisonous effects of such murky and nasty water. Peering around this time, however, you don't see any evidence of the stone pillars that were in the other room. However, you do see a much smaller channel that seems to be carrying water away.
Yeah, and sort of content that it's like similar, but obviously there's nothing new. His head pops back up. And he goes to once more go on his tippy toes and donk the hat back on Brandon's head. Right, well, from what it seems, it's pretty similar, just the hole's a bit smaller for the water. I imagine it's similar.
Brandon taking off his hat and making sure it's all in pristine, kind of finding a fold where you've kind of bent it and trying to angle it out and find the same, puts it back on and says, "Which should we not see if they've got one of those glowing egg things in there as well?"
Well, I mean, they probably do, but we've got one.
Just wondering, maybe they'll be worth some money.
Well, if they are, we can always come back.
Out of curiosity, guys, is this the chest that we checked out? Okay.
Yes, it is.
It just would mean Smiles's got to go back in there. I don't think anyone else can do it. He seems to be the one... Or they can beat the current.
I don't think it'll fit this time. It's almost like the GM got annoyed of us going down a goddamn fountain.
Yeah, I don't know what a GM is, but maybe we should.
It's so cursed.
You just assume upon my fourth wall.
There is no such thing as scripted anything in this. So.
That's what I like to hear. You might have advantage on your next roll.
Inspiration, I hear.
You've all got inspiration.
We haven't used our inspiration.
You don't use it. I can't account for that.
That's true.
The current might not be as strong. It might still be worth a look. But if you don't think I'll fit down there, then it's either a job for you or Geronimo.
I just think we should spend more time looking for Hetsy's sister. If she ain't here, then we got to figure out where the hell she might be.
Aye, well, there's still the rest of the place to go through. I mean, I wouldn't mind going through those goblins' pockets. You know, got any extra change as well.
Does that, if I'm honest, and I could be wrong, but seeing as she's got a note here that she's written down, she doesn't seem panicked about it, and there's a lot of notes written in Goblin, I'd say that she probably left here willingly, and maybe was even just talking to the goblins.
Aye, but I don't think the goblins, they're not exactly friendly creatures.
Yeah, maybe what we should do is we should check out Smalzy's little altar thingy, and then maybe leave if she ain't been. If she ain't, what I think is that if her notes have got goblin written on it, that means she's been gone a while, to the point that they've been using her stuff as for their plans or whatever, or at least long enough for them to move in. So maybe we should just leave and she'll be somewhere else. Find another clue.
Find out where.
I imagine she'll be wherever or at least on this path of this arc. So I suppose our next guess is there, but we've got other more pressing things anyway. So as long as she's not here, I'm a little less worried.
Right, well, we don't know that just yet. Just look, we're making assumptions and plans about going through this entire place. Let's check it out first before we start theory crafting where she may have gone. And with that, he sort of stomps on off. First off, moving towards the center room and peering around this large sort of cavernous chamber. I take it that the only sort of things of interest are these various doorways and things we've got around, Alex.
Yeah, as I said, the room itself that you're in, obviously, apart from being a natural marvel, these things are quite pretty, and you can appreciate it perhaps from a geographical standpoint. There is the addition of the fact that there appears to be in here these well-carved stone pillars, again suggesting a level of civilization that once existed down here but has since atrophied away into a state of close to disrepair. But outside of that, there doesn't seem to be anything that's been stored here. There's no sign of anybody living here. There's just a kind of myriad of corpses that you've left in your wake.
Yeah. I think Durgus is going to make his way over towards this direction. And as he goes, just basically go from goblin to goblin, just sort of running through their sort of pockets if they had any.
Okay.
See if they sort of had anything on them.
So Durgus is dead goblin diving. That almost took a minute. What about the rest of you?
I think
No, after you.
Baron's going to slowly begin making his way back to that altar room.
Okay.
Maybe taking a look at some of the weird mechanisms that they went past previously.
Okay. Anyone else?
Yeah, Geronimo's gonna go check out this space. This I put the marker down.
Yeah. Okay, so platform with a door. Yep. Brannon, anywhere in particular, or following along someone?
Probably following along with Baron's finding this totem.
Okay. So Geronimo, feel free to drag yourself down there. What are you doing over there on a platform in a chamber next to a door?
Well, first of all, I need to figure out how to get through this area where it wouldn't let me go. Geronimo is going to make his way down. I think the main thing he's going to do is he just wants to see if there's anything there. There's you can see that there's two sort of bright flames.
Mm-hmm.
So the plan is just to investigate the area.
Okay. I'll just try go.
Yeah, thank you.
Give me an investigation check.
Okie dokie.
And do you have investigation at proficiency?
I don't.
Because of what this is, and based on your training and your artificer stuff, I will allow you to have your proficiency in this. So roll an investigation and add 2.
Can I? I've ticked it. I'll just
Yeah, that's
do that
fine.
and then untick it. What do I get?
A 9.
9.
9's not bad. This wasn't too difficult. Checking these kind of sconces out, you see that they are roughly chipped away from the stone that is set into the ground. They aren't particularly neat. Looks like someone's literally gone in with a hammer and chisel and just kind of dug out a couple of wells. However, these roughly grape-sized holes in the ground, as you kind of get down close to them, you can see the fire billowing up from inside of them. You give a quick kind of sniffer just to see if you can pull out what's going on here, and there is that faint kind of tang in the air of some kind of gas. Based on your training, what you imagine is that there is some kind of natural gas vein down here that they have managed to tap into, and in flagrant disregard of even the very lenient health and safety measures that gnomes have, they have pretty much just lit the end of the gas here and set up these kind of natural gaslight fires to illuminate this space. Gives a very, very beautiful turquoisey blue glow, though it does smell a little bit eggy, and based on your training you'd be aware that, frankly, on just an unlucky day, it could all go horribly wrong and possibly blow this place to Kingdom Come.
Alright, Geronimo's gonna like sniff at the ends and kind of look around and kind of give it a waft, and kind of eventually when he comes to this conclusion, he kind of takes a few steps back, kind of clears his throat, and then proceeds to walk out very quickly to go find the others.
Okay. The others, Durgus, you are searching corpses, yes?
He do be.
The finest of the jobs. Please give me an investigation or perception check.
Perception I can do.
Yep, dealer's choice.
Oh, fuck off. Actually, fuff me. Okay.
That's a nat 1, which comes out as a 7. So you begin rifling through pockets and digging through things, seeing what you can gather. You manage to get your hands on a single gold piece, 6 silver pieces, and 8 copper pieces.
Ooh.
Alongside a multitude of scimitars, if you were interested in those. A number of short bows, along with arrows. And additionally, in the pockets of one of them, you're a lucky boy, you find a petrified rat, rigid, as if rigor mortis had set in, and around its neck, hung on a very small piece of string, appears to be a kind of little placard that's been made out of a piece of scrap wood, and it seems to depict that his name was Ratty.
Oh.
Can we keep
Right,
him?
Oh,
Pudge
it's a dead poo rat.
Pudge said Ratty, new best friend. Durgus, yeah, he's gonna go. He's gonna find these sort of weird goblin blades. He ain't touching that. And then, of course, he finds the petrified rat. It's kind of gross. It's a little bit manky, I imagine. But you know what? He's gonna give it a look. He's gonna give it a bit of a look over. You know, it's not rotten yet, so he's just gonna stick it in his pocket. You know, he's gonna keep Ratty around.
Sure, Ratty deserves to stay.
As I'm somehow gonna have to try and add this to my.
I'd add it down in a separate note, and we will sort out actual inventory for Foundry at a later date, because I have not made a Ratty item for you to have.
Oh my god, is it? Okay. I nearly put it in consumables then for a second. That would have been a mistake.
That would have been a real mistake. Just start chewing on Ratty.
Yum, yum.
Just need a little snack. We run out of rations, so we're going to eat Ratty.
Rat jerky.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I think with that he's going to seem relatively content. He's going to pocket the gold for himself. There's obviously not masses there, and then move on over towards the others. Obviously, wanting to inspect this strange sort of big old distillery-looking thing, which, yeah, obviously, I imagine would be his sort of forte.
Okay. Meanwhile, Brannon and Baron, you made your way kind of directly over one of these things before wanting to head onto the altar.
Yeah.
As you approach one of these contraptions, as mentioned before. It is this kind of tall, metallic, almost distillery. Think bootleg kind of distillery from the Prohibition time style, with this odd metallic, almost sheeting roof, into which a number of pipes coming from the cave wall feed in, and there are a number of pots around the outside of the room in which other lower down piping feeds out into. Based on where there is certain leaks in places, based on the pots that you can see that are open topped, and that allow you to see what is going in and out, in certain sections it clearly seems to be collecting some kind of water. Seeming relatively fresh, it has the kind of smell of slightly sulphurous water, as if there's some kind of spring somewhere that this is collecting water from. But other than that, you would guess probably quite safe to drink. With the other vats, please give me a nature check.
That I can do. That I can't do.
Just him.
That's both of you. You're both there.
I'll get it. That'll be a 6.
A 6 and an 8. Okay. You guys aren't really certain what this stuff is. It's this fairly thick, almost oily, black liquid that stinks something putrid. You would associate it as being similar almost to rotting flesh, with that kind of lingering in the mouth sensation. But it moves around inside the containers almost like honey.
Are there any smaller containers rather than just the barrel?
So
maybe like a bottle or a mug or something around.
Nothing around you there, no.
Wait, actually, that's a good point. The ink pots that I had for the magic ink, I still would have the empty pots. Would they be able to seal?
Yeah, I'd assume so. You would have lids for them. Yeah, that's fine.
Could I just one of them and
Absolutely.
seal it for later?
Yeah, of course. Dip that bad boy in. As you do so, you find that obviously one side of the ink pot is now covered in that nasty black stuff. That's very
Made
sticky.
sure not to let his fingers get in the liquid just in case.
Fingers dissolve. No, that's absolutely fine. You now have, you can change one of those magic ink pots for... I change it to the mysterious black goo. Always a safe title for an item in your inventory. Anything else you'd like to do with these distilleries? They're all kind of running the same process, so any of you who want to inspect them on the way could discover the same things.
No, I didn't think, being something he doesn't kind of immediately recognize, Baron probably just moves on, making his way deeper into the cave back towards the altar that was relatively close to the entrance.
Okay, Durgus, can you give me a nature check quickly, because you wanted to check the distillery as well?
Yeah, so will I get any bonuses for being proficient in brewer supplies?
Not for brewers, no.
Okay. Just want to double check. Oh, that's a 14.
14 is not bad. 14 is not bad. You have dealt with this stuff before. It kind of came up with your brewing. Kind of. Only so far as it was rejected outright as having any use in brewing whatsoever. This stuff is known as blood of the ground, at least to dwarves. It is a rather temperamental, naturally occurring kind of Icarus material that often is found in locations that, for whatever reason, play host to a great deal of natural magics. The intensity of the source of the magic can cause the volume to either be great, minimal, it kind of depends there. As I mentioned, the reason you've come in contact with it before is it was considered, what if we could make a drink out of it, the classic dwarf response to any kind of fluid. And it was quickly agreed that you couldn't, because anyone who consumed it became very, very sick very, very quickly. Their hair fell out, they immediately started to lose weight, they would look very thin, quite ghoulish, and their skin would become quite pale and almost yellowish. Not stuff you want to be drinking. its exact uses you're not really certain of. It's beyond what I just explained. You never really had much contact with it.
Yeah, and I imagine as the other two sort of make their way off, they'd probably just hear a, "Oh, bloody hell!" Followed by Durgus, probably rummaging around, just seeing briefly all these barrels of this stuff before sort of pottering after them to try and keep up. Sort of keeping his eyes as he goes, obviously taking a bit more of an in-depth view of the cave now as he moves on down. Obviously opposed to before, where they were essentially just running for their goddamn lives.
Yeah. Fantastic. So we shall have you guys kind of coming together as you rejoin in the altar room. Just as a reminder, this chamber is very dim, very dark, and as you step inside of it, there is an intensity that grows to the eerie whispering that now seems to niggle at your ears, almost chewing at it like rodents, just out of reach of your proper hearing, and yet ever present, seeming to whisper promises of everything you could want, everything you desire, everything you need, all brought to you if you just listen to the whispers, give in to the whispers. The chamber itself is filled with a multitude of broken eggs, as well as some shattered ancient bones, and a number of pits that appear to have been dug out, revealing even more bones. At the far end of the room, atop a kind of dirty red mat, is a small box with a latch at the top for opening it. And on top of that box is the altar block itself, on which a number of kind of headed serpents and multicolored serpents rise up and appear to be rearing out. Their bodies tubular, their heads, if you will, being these kind of open, rotating maws of serrated teeth.
Oh yeah, are we sure that's safe to go to?
I had a look when I found it first of all. It didn't really seem to make much difference, but I didn't touch the actual altar itself.
I mean, it's clearly where the whispering's coming from. Oh, Pudge. Look, you made some, pact of a thing already, Baron. I mean, if you were to go touch something else, I mean, what's the big difference?
Wait, before he goes just randomly placing his hand on anything, why don't I see if there is anything, or at least see what kind of magic is playing off it?
Oh, well,
Yeah, and if nothing else, I could get a old trusty tank here to blast it into the Neverworld.
oh, well, this entire place is pretty strong with magic. I mean, that strange black stuff back there, it only sort of shows up in places like these. I mean, where the magic's a bit skewy and messes with the ground.
Well, what I'm saying is I might at least be able to get a pinpoint on what it is.
Give it a go then.
And he's going to slowly walk up to it. Not keep a good 5 feet away. If he can even walk. There we go. Legs just died underneath him. And going to cast Detect Magic.
Okay.
And I'm going to use slot, so it's not a ritual.
Okay. Before you can finish that spell, I'm going to need a wisdom saving throw.
Ooh.
Big rolls.
17. You suddenly feel this overwhelming, almost submerging force just crash around you. It creates this confusing, almost delirium for a moment. There's that lightheadedness that almost seems to make you want to fall over. And for a second you feel as if you're going to give in and decide that actually you don't want to cast this spell. You don't want to direct the magics towards this altar. You want to leave this altar alone. But having had some training with magic before and understanding the power of certain rituals and spells, you go through your basic kind of training methods as to how to try and resist certain compulsions and the like. measure your breathing, and eventually, slowly but surely, you're able to throw off the almost dumbing shackles that this magic tries to ensnare you with. Focus long enough to complete your ritual of detect magic, seeing upon the altar the presence of divination and conjuration.
He kind of shakes himself off after casting it and turns to the others, taking a step back. Be careful touching that. It tried to make me stop.
Well, look, I'm sure it's not that bloody scary.
I would be careful. It could conjure something. It has the ability to bring something here.
What do you mean bring something here? I mean, it's just a bloody shrine.
I don't know the specifics, but it could definitely bring something. It could be anything.
Well, look, we just completely destroyed this cave full of goblins. If it summons one of those strange little snake people, we'll be able to deal with them just fine.
Fine. And Brandon's going to take another step back, and he's going to prepare an action to fire a fireball if something appears out of that.
Yeah. And Durgus would pull his trusty hand axe into hand now. Clearly, saying it's going to be fine, but still preparing himself for if something does go bad. And he's going to sort of go up. And you said there was like the altar slab. It was on top of like a box with a latch, right?
Yes. Yeah. Think you kind of think of those old wooden, almost traveling chests. That is the box, and then on top of that there is a kind of stone, I suppose, mantle that the statuette is built into. So the altar itself sits on top of this travelling chest-sized box.
Okay. And as he goes forward, he's going to try and sort of hum an old dwarven singing tune to keep his mind straight as he goes, almost not trying to look at the statuette, as he simply quite merrily goes to try and, if possible, sort of hook off the latch and use his strength to try and lift up the thing without, removing the altarpiece atop it.
Okay. Fantastic. As you step towards it, weapon in hand, I'm going to need a wisdom saving throw.
I believe in a thing called love. Actually, fuck. It's a 3 in it.
Damn, what a shame.
I think all we've done is prove that there is no love, because with a
Time to
5...
give up on love.
Yeah, give up on love, Durgus, because with a 5, you step towards it with every intention of doing your best to kind of not disturb it as you try to check it out. And then you kind of look the statuette in one of its lack of eyes, and you stop. And those whispers come back. And you can hear them all around you. And they're everywhere. And for a moment, they're almost fascinating. As if you want to actually hear what they have to say. As if you want to know what it is they're really offering. And the only way you can tell is by telling this altar what it is you really, really want.
I've got to think now. Yeah, so I imagine the others would see as Durgus goes to sort of puts his hands on the thing, then stops and peers towards the statuette, then thinks and pauses for a moment. It was, well, I guess not having to do the whole grudge solving thing would be pretty useful.
As you say that, Brandon, you've still got your detect magic up, haven't you? You see a flare of colourful light as that conjuration magic intensifies tenfold. From each of the small kind of round mouths on this statuette, you see a slightly different coloured light begin to burn, just with the intensity of, say, a candle, as all 5 of the mouths illuminate. They suddenly all flash just to this kind of dusk grey colour. And then from them, this little plume of smoke begins to coalesce and form, combining and then peeling open, almost as if some creature is pulling open a porthole or a window, through which, and looking directly in your face, Durgus, comes a collection of what appear to be humanoid skulls, seemingly joined together by tattered threads of flesh, almost as if sewn between each of the skulls at varying points in which they join, some through eye sockets, some through gaps in their teeth, some through kind of cracks and breaks at the back of the cranium. This almost wound of decrepit death seems to peer through as if looking at you. You yourself, in your current state, Durgus, see this as completely normal. This is the answer to your deepest desire. This is the thing that's come to listen to you tell it what you're willing to offer in exchange for the very thing you want.
Well, I mean, I ain't really got cash on me. I mean, what do you really want? I mean, I can give you a fancy book, maybe, but I mean, it's a bit of a family artifact. I mean, I could try, maybe, do a bit of an IOU.
As you say, a bit of an IOU, the skulls seem to tip forward slightly, as if looking down you towards about where your heart is.
I mean, that's all I need, that.
Can the others see this?
Absolutely.
All right. Geronimo is going to motion for Tank to take aim and fire the force ballista at the statue.
At the statue?
Yeah.
Okay, make your attack with the force ballista then, please.
Fuck. Oh, there it is.
That's so many dice.
Oh, fuck. I need to do a normal roll, don't I? Fuck.
Yeah, that's damage.
Shit, what did I do?
Well, we know it's going to get fucking ass blasted now.
I think it's my intelligence saving throw, isn't it?
No. You make the spell attack. So it is your spell ability modifier, which I believe is intelligence, plus your proficiency.
Wouldn't that just be a spell saving throw?
It's the same thing. Sorry, when you said saving throw, I assumed the DC.
Ooh. Oh, okay. Yeah, no, this thing's gone.
I mean, roll me another 2d8 just so we can see how much damage you do, but... Yeah.
Oh.
Roll 2d8.
Okay, so with a nat 20, you're going to hit it. And with 21 force damage, Geronimo, just as you think this thing is about to speak, you watch as one of the mouths almost lowers. You hear that clacking of dry bone moving. There is suddenly a cacophonous boom as Tank fires this kinetic projectile hurled at supersonic speed straight into the statuette on the altar, blowing the thing apart into a multitude of different coloured pieces. And as this occurs, the seemingly portal that this creature was looking at you through shimmers and then snaps shut very, very quickly, leaving you staring forwards at the space just above where the statuette used to be standing. As a result of which, you find the compulsion to not look inside the box has vanished. However, I would like you to add 2 points of insanity. And going forwards, whenever you hear whispering like this, you are now compelled to investigate it.
No. Shidma.
Beyond
Okay.
beyond investigating it, I leave it up to you. You don't need to, go and make deals with anything if you don't want to, but you have to investigate whispering like this, and I will bring up if it is reminiscent of this.
Okay. But you know what? I feel Durgus would do that kind of thing anyway. So nothing majorly lost. Yeah, so as this thing essentially just fucking explodes in front of him, Durgus is going to raise his arms, sort of shower himself from the stony debris. He's going to sort of take a few steps backwards, clearly a little bit miffed, before blinking and shaking his head. So, he seems to pause before turning and planting his hands quite triumphantly on his hips. I believe I just destroyed it.
Sorry to burst your bubble, pal, but that was me.
Wait, just let him have his moment.
Yeah, good job, Biggsy. You're so strong.
He sort of sees the smoke coming from Tank, and he looks away quite proudly. He goes, "Oh, I say, what can I say? I outsmart the old sort of god things on the regular. Now let's check what's inside there, shall we?"
It just sounds like you just like he just went bang onto the ground.
Face first.
Durgus just fell over.
Just fell into the box.
Yeah, that's how he opens it.
Now let's check out this box. Crank.
It was just that it was mental exhaustion. Opening the box, you peer inside and find mostly dust. Like, really just piles and piles. Like, it's almost like sand at this point, just the volume of dust that is in here. However, buried under one of these dunes of decrepitude, there is a broken series of metal plates. Each one is about the size of a postcard. It's connected to the next by a small ring of metal, forming about 3 metal plates. And clearly there is meant to be more attached to it, but you can see where the chains have been broken. Written on top of which is more what you now know to be infernal. It's the same language that was written on the slate shard that Natara had gathered.
Yeah, and sort of bundling through this old dusty box, he's going to pull forwards these plates quite sort of carefree before turning and waddling over towards Natara, who he quite firmly presents them in front of. Bloody strange language.
Natara makes some rude comment about you being an ignoramus dwarf before doing her best. Yeah, I know, I'm so in character. Doing her best to translate what she can using her abyssal understanding. I shall give another intelligence check to see how much she... Those were not good rolls. But she took the slightly better. Okay. Reading through it, the best she is able to make out is that this is an altar to Anak Noon. In particular, it is for communing with his servants, which are referred to as his teeth, and that it is prophesized that Anak Noon will bring about some kind of doomsday using the Ark of Desolation.
And this is the same ark that Hatsy's sister was talking about, right?
I assume so. And it seems like this Anak Noon is that one we saw by the pools.
Yeah, I wonder what this ark could be and whereabouts it's hidden. You don't think that it might be the same thing we're looking for, the thing that that old pirate used?
Probably.
No, I doubt it. I severely doubt it. I mean, it's a decanter.
Look, either way, we need to find out what this bloody ark is. I mean, clearly these bloody snake people had something to do with it. Your sister ain't half snake, is she?
Brandon looks over at you, and goes to argue and then just shakes his head. Goes, no, but sure.
Additionally, just to cut in there with regards to could the Ark of Desolation and the Decanter be the same thing, you obviously can't know for certain, but at the very least to add some context based on what you've seen, obviously you can assume that the Ark of Desolation and this kind of cult or whatever has existed down here, as I mentioned, is between kind of 300 to 1,000 years. That's the rough kind of estimates of dates for these finds you've been making. The Decanter is a story that originates from about 100 years ago. So there is a few hundred years difference in what you're looking at. Just add some context to what you're seeing.
Okay.
Either very unlikely, or it only became the decanter after the pirate got it.
It just it would be just a very kind of crazy thing if they're all connected. But hey, maybe that's just crazy young gnome being all crazy, like heh.
I suppose there's a chance, but I mean, it's a vague one.
Well, I hope it ain't true, because that'd be scary as hell.
Well, I mean, either way, the decanter, I suppose, is capable of doing what they say this ark is anyway. It grants wishes, so if someone were to wish to end the world...
Well, it seems sort of counterproductive, but I guess you could do that. I mean, that weird snakehead just asked, what I wanted, and, I said the whole grudge thing being solved, and then it sort of wanted my heart or something. I'm not really sure, but...
That's
Still,
why I had to destroy it. You were saying some weird things, Captain. I didn't want to lose you.
No, I never gouged my own heart out. I mean, even if I was, sort of hypnotized by some strange snake statue. Now, speaking of strange things, we still haven't really found any clue on how to follow your sister. I mean, we could have a look around, but... I guess it's just all this... Well... We seem to find where she bloody went, because clearly she came down here, we just don't really know why.
Well, going by the notes, she had some investors, and I'm imagining the rest of the group was with her. So we will just have to ask around and see if anyone knows anything about this ark.
I guess so. But I mean, we still have some nooks and crannies to search. I mean, first off, those big old ferret things, I guess, we should sort of do our part and help them out. I mean, they're probably starved down here without the bloody goblins.
Yeah, we should definitely take them. Or at least one of them. I want to see which one likes me the most, and then we can take that one. Sell the others.
Well, they may have some saddles or something about. I mean, one of the sort of texts they had in flight, they wanted to write them out into the village and sort of kill everyone, but I guess we'll just have to see.
My main concern is how we're even going to get them out. The way we got in was not exactly easy. We had to drop down. Can these things climb?
They're strange ferret things. I imagine they'll find a way.
Geronimo that's going to just leave the room. He's going to go collect up the weasels and see which one likes him the most.
Okay. I think if we go into our next break, we can return with some continuation. But before we do that, I will take some rolls and then we'll jump back in and see the result of that stuff. So, based on what you've been saying, could I get an animal handling from Geronimo? And could I get perception or investigation from anyone?
I'm going to use my inspiration for this.
Okie dokie, that gives you advantage.
Fucking rolls today.
Oh, gee.
I didn't need it.
That's fine. Okay, so we had a 10, a 6, and a 4 for the perception/investigation, and we had a 16 for the animal handling. Okay, we shall return then with a kind of summary of what our players managed to achieve in their efforts to corral giant weasels. So rejoin us then. We're going to take a brief break and grab drinks and whatnot. So we shall be right back.
Bye.
And welcome back to that. This will probably be our full last section. I kind of don't like the 3-break system. I quite like the 2-break system we've gone for. And we return just in time to find out the results on, well, what happened with the rolls regarding the party leaving the caverns. And I can safely say, having descended fairly early into the morning, the party return back to the brilliant daylight of Badgerton. Just after noon. The sun is shining down upon the ignored homestead of Odich. Pushing themselves out of the sinkhole, clambering back out onto the unweeded garden, and sucking in deep lungfuls of fresh air, no longer polluted with just kind of that strange, suffocating dustiness that belongs to any kind of environment that is underground. They are not, however, as alone as when they departed under the ground. For, leading a rather temperamental and somewhat skittering giant weasel, Geronimo, between yourself and the rest of your party, you have managed to gather 1 saddle, a bundle of food to keep the weasel fed for a week, and 1 willing giant weasel seems happy enough right now to follow you out.
Hell yeah.
You have returned to Badgerton, you are above ground again, and you have a giant weasel in tow. What is it you would like to do?
Geronimo's going to look to the others and go,
I think I got a name for this guy.
And what's that?
I'm gonna call him Badger.
I mean, he's a weasel.
Yeah, but we found him in Badgerton, so he's quite clearly Badger, ain't ya? Who's a good Badger?
There is a kind of high-pitched, almost screeching sound in response.
can I tell if that's good or bad?
You have no idea.
Yeah, see, he really likes his new name.
I think he may be screaming. Look, if you're gonna call it Badger, I mean, at least take, the weasel and the badger and mix them together, like Feagle or, I don't even know where that came from.
Eagle.
Beagle or, I don't know, buddy, Watcher.
Watcher.
Okay. Geronimo kind of like clicks his fingers and points towards Douglas and goes,
Hey Bigsy, you got a great idea there. Wadger's a great name. I'll call him Wadger.
Wadger the
Who's a good Wadger?
Wadger the weasel.
Wadger looks totally unaware of his name, just staring back at you as you say Wadger.
Yeah, I think Durgus is going to go up to the thing now. Sort of give it a bit of a polite scratch behind the ears, for muttering a few words in Dwarven, as I'd like to try and cast Speak of Animals again, if that's okay.
You know what? I think it is okay.
Yeah, I'm going to use my little feety thing. But yeah, there we go, sir. Sorry if you liked it down there, but we think you won't have much to eat.
As you speak in this strange kind of squeaking language, Wadger's head turns slightly, as if trying very hard to look at you, and the eyes squint very, very tightly together, as it responds to the rest of you in this same squeaking language. So, Durgus, you understand it as, I can't really see you. I can't really see you. It's very bright up here.
Would he know if weasels, like, if they are around during the day, or if it's very much like they're a nocturnal thing and we're like torturing this poor creature?
You're not necessarily torturing it. but you would imagine, based on just your awareness of creatures, if this thing has spent a lot of time living underground, then coming out into daylight is probably not like that comfortable for it.
Yeah. I'm sure your eyes will adjust in time. It's just going to be a little bright. Oh, and do you mind if this little gnome fella rides you? I mean, did those goblins ride you as well?
It just had to pull the wagon, pull the wagon, pull the wagon.
I'll take that as a yes. And then he sort of peers back away and stops the squeaking as he peers towards the others. Well, he seems to be struggling with the sunlight. I mean, it's been down there for a while. We can make him some goggles or something, but I mean, hopefully his eyes adjust after a while, but it may, just be a bit.
Yeah, can you tell him that his new name is Wadger?
I don't think it makes a difference to him, but he sort of goes back around. Do you mind the name Wadger?
What's a Wadger?
We've named you Wadger.
I can't really see very well.
He sort of peers back around. Right, he's in pain, but I think he understands.
Oh, that's amazing. I'm so excited to get to know Wadger really well. Let's get him onto the boat.
Yeah, well, I mean, one thing at a time. Can you make any goggles for him? I mean, you're a bit blind up here.
Let me have a look. Jono is going to look into his bag, and he's going to check his inventory. Let's see. He's going to look... No, it doesn't really... Let me think. Oh, yeah, I know what it'll do. So, Jono's going to look into his backpack, and noticing that he has some traveler's clothes left over, he decides that very quickly he would try and shape a sort of hat, if possible.
Add some traveller's clothes.
Yeah, like a sort of like a floppy sort of like sturdy hat using a let me see, using part of a piton as a sort of like rim to kind of keep it up.
Okay. If you use your traveller clothes, what are you going to wear?
I'm wearing studded leather armor.
Okay, yeah, but you don't just wear the armor. Like, you have to have clothes with that.
Okay, never mind then. That is my actual clothes.
Strips naked.
Yeah.
Throws
Like, the leather armor will be over your clothes, but if you just have the one set of clothes, you still need them. Otherwise, you're just kind of wearing, like, a studded leather, say, chest piece or something. It's not really the same as wearing actual clothes.
Yeah, that's fair enough. What would Geronimo... Actually, never mind. Geronimo kind of looks around the bag and looks at it and goes, I ain't really got the supplies to make him anything like goggles or hat related, but maybe if we find something in town, we could take a look.
Wait, well, what was the name of that shop you lot went to?
Wasn't it called the Lock?
I don't know where the shop, more just a stockroom for the village, I suppose.
Yeah, it was quite expensive there.
Hey, well, maybe we could poke our head in, see if he's got anything, to offer. Right.
Yeah, it's there, but it's not like we can take this big. We can't really take Wadger into town.
Well, we're gonna have to take him through town to get back to the dock.
Oh yeah. Okay. Well, maybe I can look after Wadger whilst you try and get to the supplies. And would Geronimo know what would be needed to make a pair of goggles?
Some straps of leather, something to kind of cover the eyes. If you want them to be see-through, that kind of defeats the purpose of goggles. If you want to act as a kind of... Basically, if you want to make a cap, like a little snapback for Wadger to protect his eyes, just some cloth and some way to kind of hold it up above there. Just even some sticks and a little bit of scrap cloth will do. Though as you keep saying Wadger's name, every time you do, Durgus, you watch as Wadger's head turns to look at whoever said Wadger, and he says almost sadly, I still can't really see.
Why does he sound so old?
I don't like Badger, man. We get a different one.
Wadger. Oh, Wadger's so good.
I thought we kidnapped this old fucking weasel and we're gonna strap him down and said, you're this gnome's property, fucking run around.
Wadger is my battle weasel. Don't worry.
Weevil, my God.
A battle weevil would be far more terrifying.
Yeah,
Starts chewing on the leg of the table.
exactly. Geronimo looks back towards Durgus and goes, so if you can go into the lock and find even just some scraps of cloth and maybe some hard leather like sticks or something, I can make a little cap for him. So at least he can kind of see without it being blinding.
That you will, that works for me. And with that, he'd go to, simply, I imagine, just wander back towards the town. I imagine with everyone else in tow.
Mhm.
Like, I've got whereabouts we are.
Kind of north. You're north of the town.
Yeah,
This
yeah.
way-ish. Wandering back is a fairly short journey, and Odich isn't out to greet you. He's probably back inside getting a little bit baked. As you continue to head down towards the lock, which is visible on the nearest bluff of rock that makes up the rises and falls of Adjuton. Looking around, just give me a investigation or perception check with advantage. This isn't a particularly difficult check.
Sorry, who's doing the check?
Durgus, because he's looking for the stuff. 25, easy peasy. You don't even, in fact, need to go into the lock. As you're making your way through, you notice, just along the route, a couple of sticks and twigs that seem to be what Geronimo's asking for. And additionally, outside of the lock, you find that there is actually a bin filled with basically ruined scraps of cloth and dirty rags. Collect some of these up and bring that kind of a collection of both back to Geronimo. And Geronimo, you see this would be perfectly usable to craft some kind of almost like parasol to go over the eyes of the weasel.
Yeah, Geronimo's going to take the stuff and attempt to craft his hat.
I think Durgus would help him.
Just give me an intelligence at advantage. And you can add your proficiency.
Okay, 7 through. Let's go. Oh, not 20.
Throw it down.
You guys are given a masterclass in handicrafts. In a matter of a minute, Durgus winds the cloth and sticks together, tightening them up and positioning them so as to form this kind of brim of a cap, which he then straps around the kind of middle of the forehead of the weasel, positioning it just so, and making sure that it sits over the top of the eyes of the weasel, so that unless the weasel looks up directly towards the sun, there is always this kind of cast of shadow over his eyes. As you do so, the weasel kind of gives odd squeaks, clearly uncertain what's going on. Durgus, you understand it as just kind of asking, "What are you doing? What are you... I can't see." Though by the time that Geronimo finishes and kind of steps away, his eyes open up a crinkle more. He looks around as if just seeing for the first time. Oh. Looks towards Geronimo. You're very ugly.
Hey guys, I think Wadger likes me. He's looking at me.
He just called you an ugly mutt.
He what?
He says you're not very nice looking.
Don't worry, John.
Wadger.
I'm sure he's just messing with you.
As you say Wadger a couple of times, his head tips to one side as if he's expecting you to say something else.
Wadger, why would you say that about me? I thought we were friends.
You are whining. Stop whining, Wadger says in Weasel, which translates to you, Geronimo, as just this squeaking.
He's I'm telling you to stop whining.
I ain't whining. I'm Geronimo,
He says with a kind of more gruff voice.
As you growl, Wadger hisses back, kind of baring its teeth slightly.
I don't think he likes you very much.
It's okay. He'll grow to like me, just like my parents.
I think maybe, just stay away from him for now. I think he's not a massive fan of you. Look, we'll keep him in the hold, and he's clearly just a little bit throne by, being taken away from his home thing, maybe he'll come around to like you in time.
I hope so. It'd be a shame if Watcher and Geronimo weren't the perfect pair.
Might, perhaps, but still, I think we've got things to do we not? What is the time, Alex, like, roughly?
Just past noon, I mentioned. The sun is past its kind of apogee. It's definitely into the afternoon, but only recently.
Well, we could always bundle down and rest for the night. I mean, I wouldn't mind resting after a little altercation down below.
Yeah, why don't we do what we were maybe want to do and go check out Houndford?
That may be for the best. I'm just not entirely sure how we'll get there. Look, how about we go into the town now and, in the morning, if we know a way, we can, make our way over. Just rise up early in the morning.
I mean, ain't it kind of a waste of the whole afternoon just to go sleep now?
It won't take long just to go over ask someone.
What I mean is, why would we go and wait until the morning? Why don't we leave this afternoon, Captain?
Well, I'm not sure if you noticed, but the sun's going down.
Is the sun going down? Have I misheard?
I mean, technically, yes, but like it's just past noon. You have a number of hours to go.
Oh, just past noon. Oh,
Yeah,
I thought
yeah.
you meant evening. Okay.
No, just past noon. Like, yeah, you've still got a lot of the afternoon and the evening left to go.
Oh, that's fine. Well, never mind that. Durgus fundamentally agrees. I guess so. It just depends if it's easier to go over land or take the boat here.
Oh yeah. Were you gonna ask that before?
I think it might be better for us to take the boat. If we're wanting to stay on good terms, it doesn't seem like the towns get on very well, so...
Well, we're just going to say we're going to go over there and lob some stuff with them. I'm sure they'll give us the directions then.
I just don't think it'd be very smart if we asked about directions to Houndford whilst we're in budgeting.
Well, we need to get there somehow.
Just go by boat, like Smalsy just suggested.
And what we're
So
going to do...
I think boat would be easiest.
Fine. Well, if that's the case, let's just... Any sort of... now sort of bundles. I assume we are in the... In the boat now. Are we? Yeah, fucking, we're in the boat.
You can have gone back to the boat if you so choose.
Yeah, I guess so.
Yeah, if that's what you want to do.
Sort of move. You move back sort of onto the main deck. Goes, right. Well, lower the sails. Let's raise up the anchor, and he sort of peers around to see if there's maybe any sort of like harbor master or harbor officer around, which he hadn't noticed before.
No, not really.
I think we'll be fine to leave.
As we arrive back on the boat, Brandon's going to head down to the lower deck and grab some rations he left to one side before and check in on our prisoner.
Okay. Checking the grate. You kind of peer down and you can't see anyone down there, at least from the position.
He leans down, kind of sitting in front of it, and taps on the wood next to it and go, hello? Raya, you there?
Very faintly, you begin to hear this soft groan, as if quite sickly.
Oh, shit. Okay. Right. I've got some food. I'll leave it here. And he starts to break. I put it in a small sack, and he's gonna bugger it. Is it locked with a key?
The grate was locked with a key, and it is currently locked. And I assume you leave the key somewhere nearby, since no one claimed that they had it. But you, as a group, certainly did have the key.
He's gonna go back, get Natara, and bring her with him. If I know Keth isn't here, but I'm assuming
Natara can act as bodyguard / muscle for this encounter if you would like her there.
It's not even that; it's more for healing. And I'm gonna open up the grate, lower the food down there, and then look down to see what Raya looks like.
Okay. You open the grate, drop the food into the water below. It lands with a slight splash. and then you kind of lower your head and peer around. Rhea is actually pressed up against one of the sides of the ship, off in the darkness and the shadow in one of the corners, and she looks in a very bad way. She is sprawled over the side of the wood, her face kind of leaning up against one of the insides of the damp planks, and there is just this kind of pool of what looks like dry but also like rehydrated vomit just running down the side of the ship on the inside of the hull there, and she's just leaning up against it, seeming as if she has just voided her stomach up against the side. Based on the very, very slow but ragged kind of shift in her shoulders and the slight groaning you can hear, you can tell she is probably still alive, but she does not seem to be in good condition. Her muscles, her arms even, are very, very weak. She can barely move them. Her face looks very dim and confused. She doesn't seem to be aware of where she is.
He is going to bring Natara down with him, and they're going to actually both climb down into the bottom bit, grabbing the food and just throwing it back up. And getting Natara to... Has Natara got rope on her?
Natara has 50 feet of rope on her.
Getting Natara to basically tie just the hands of Raya. He's going to help her get her up and onto the deck above.
Okay. Tying her up is very easy, just around the hands. She has seemingly no resistance whatsoever. I'm not going to make you do a strength check. Between the two of you, you can tie her up and carry her fairly quickly. But certainly she seems somewhat delirious as you pick her up. She doesn't try to fight you. She doesn't seem capable of offering any resistance. She just seems to kind of move as if in a stupor and not quite aware of the dangers of moving if you are carrying her. So there's these kind of awkward moments where you almost drop her because she just sways all of a sudden. But then you can right her very quickly just because she is so weak. Until eventually she is sprawled out, hands tied together in the on the floor of the middeck.
We'll move her to one of the, I guess, what are they called again? The beds that hang from the side.
Hammocks?
That they've got. Hammock, there we go. Move her to one of the hammocks, and then he's going to place the food next to it. And I know using a slot when Keth isn't here is probably not a great idea, but does Keth have any healing spells? That
she does have healing spells. Do you want to make a medicine check first, however? I'm kind of just trying to lean you towards things that you can do without...
Yeah, if she could make a medicine check and I'll help.
Yeah, that's fine. We can do that. So that would be medicine at advantage, which would be an 18. So before using any of her magics, Natara gives her kind of a once-over. Quickly checks her eyes, checks her responsiveness to certain stimuli, actually pulls open her mouth a little bit, kind of checks her tongue and her teeth and her lips and stuff. These kind of places that she just seems to instinctively go to see if she can try and analyze what's been going on. She pauses when she's done, kind of asks you to stay there, and then quickly runs down back into the bilges, just almost as if she's checking on something. Eventually she comes back looking a little bit grim-faced, and informs you that she'd also been checking the vomit. And she says, based on what she can tell, and she's pretty certain she's right, it appears that the woman has been suffering from lack of water, dehydration, and has probably been trying to avoid that by drinking some of the bilge's water, which is salt water to begin with, which doesn't help, but additionally is also the nasty stuff that soaks through rotten planks.
He'll immediately run and grab some water, some fresh stuff, and slowly try to get her to drink that.
She seems capable of taking in some of it, but you find that you have to be very, very slow and very, very gentle. She does, little bit too fast, and she already starts gurgling and sounds as if she's going to throw up again. But she does manage to keep it all down.
And I guess he's going to be spending the next few hours doing that.
Okay, so you're going to be nursing. Everyone else, what are you up to? Obviously, Brannon and Natara nursing the prisoner is fairly obvious what they're doing, so you're welcome to join in with that. Otherwise, there may be other jobs you want to do, or are you guys just setting sail for Houndford?
I think Durgus is going to try and re-summon Pudge.
Okay.
I don't know if there's a specific ritual he has to do for it, but I think he's going to once more. He's going to sort of stand there, sort of quite awkwardly on the deck of the ship, sort of place his fists together in some sort of like dwarven prayer sort of way. It was, Pudge. I know we had issues in the past with me sort of sending you to die and all, but if you're still there, I mean, I would appreciate it if you came back.
For a moment, there is no response. And then, with this billowing cloud of smoke, slight flash of white light, there will be a low thumping sound. Pudge hits the deck from perhaps a foot up, lands a bit ungainly, and turns lethargically, as if quite tired, to stare up at you with these almost heavy-lidded eyes. You can see across his body that he bears the scars of the previous fight. You can see the marks where arrows had gone in. You can see what almost looks like fresh scales regrowing. You can see the bite mark where the wolf had clamped onto him. And additionally, one of his legs looks a little bit bent out of place, as if he landed on it very, very hard. But other than that, he still seems there and intact.
You're bloody alive, he says. He sort of reaches on down quite quickly. Goes to give him a hug, but it's not a firm one. He goes and quite quickly stops himself. Look,
Yeah.
I'm sorry for that, bud. I know you're probably going to go rest now, and you probably should. Just wanted to make sure you're not dead or anything.
In response to your concern, he gives this kind of gurgling squawk. It's not aggressive, doesn't seem unhappy. It's just a kind of reassurance that he is still there, though a reminder that he is not in the best of condition. And you get a kind of emotional stimulus that perhaps you shouldn't do things like that again.
Well, look, I'm sorry, I didn't realise he had some bloody ambush set up. Well, let's be careful, the both of us, in the future. And he goes to give him a bit of a reassuring scratch behind the ears before standing back up. Go on, return to your sort of happy place. I don't know where it is, but feel free to rest if you knew.
Seemingly content with what you have offered and clearly in agreement with taking a break, he kind of turns on the spot, stamps his feet a little bit, which seems to kick up this magical smoke again, and then as it fades, you find that he has faded away, though you return to that state of kind of feeling and being aware that his presence is somewhere where you could summon him again.
Yeah, and sort of content that his new best bud isn't dead. He'd return to the wheel, where I imagine he'd bring out the sort of petrified rat, dubbed Ratty, and sort of put him on the side, just sort of setting him there to look at as a little bit of a travel companion.
Mm-hmm. Someone to keep you company on those long hours spent on the open sea.
Exactly.
Fantastic. What about for Baron and Geronimo? What are you up to?
Geronimo is going to feed Wadger and try and get more friendly with his weasel companion.
Okay, you can give me an animal handling check then.
Hell yeah. No advantage this time because I'm out of inspiration.
Absolutely.
Let's go. I got...
Oh.
So close. I got a 7.
A 7. You take Wadger to one side. I assume staying on top deck for now. And give him a little bit of food from the feed bag that you were able to collect together with the others. You also spend some time sitting with Wadger, just kind of communicating, do that kind of talking to your animals and hoping they can understand you process. You even reach out once and kind of put a tentative hand against his side and he doesn't recoil immediately. And you might feel pretty good about this, though you're a fairly smart fella, and you realise by the end that it was probably just because Wadger wanted feeding. He didn't seem to really he didn't really seem to care that you were there at all. So whilst not a negative interaction, you don't really think that he's associated anything other than, oh, this guy feeds me, to you.
Okay. Yeah, Geronimo would return from handling Wadger looking defeated for the moment, but then everyone would notice in his eyes this sort of spark. He was ready to try again at another point to get Wadger on side.
Down the line through this development plot point. Baron, anything in particular for you?
Baron's going to do 2 things, but technically just one. He'd probably go looking for Geronimo with the chainmail in hand. He'd probably, I assume he'd find him when he was like feeding or tending to Wadja.
Yeah, you know in those animes where like a dude reaches out and makes that kind of oh kind of noise. Yeah, that's Geronimo right now trying to reach out and pet the side of Wadja.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, Baron would kind of just stomp on up to him. Geronimo, I don't suppose you know much about, looking after armor. I'm not really planning on using this, but I imagine if we clean it up, it's probably worth something.
I mean, I ain't done much with armor. I'm more of a tinkerer, more the gadgets, the kind of stuff like that. I ain't. They didn't put me on that sort of duty when I was in Cogwheel, but I can definitely take a look. Maybe I can do something. I know how metal works.
Yeah, Baron would kind of just nod towards him, clearly zoning out a bit when he starts talking about the intricacies of his training and all the tinkering he does.
Wow.
But still hands over the chainmail nevertheless.
Yeah, Jerome's going to take it, and he's gonna pat Wadger again before sort of taking a look to see if he could clean it up.
Yeah, for the
Go on, sorry.
for the rest of the journey, Baron's kind of going to start fashioning some odd trinket, taking bits and pieces of the trophies he's been collecting. So, like the hobgoblin teeth, maybe cutting off one of Felia's horns, and maybe trying to carve something from that sea spawn before just chucking the head in the ocean.
Okay. Okay, so Geronimo, for what tools have you got proficiency with?
I have proficiency in thieves' tools, tinkerers' tools, and wood carving tools.
Okay.
I think. Let me have a look.
In which case, could you give me an intelligence check at disadvantage? Because you do not have proficiency in the tools required to fix the armor. There's a possibility you could get lucky and kind of bash it into relatively good shape, but it's a low possibility.
Intelligence check, yeah?
Just intelligence at disadvantage, yeah.
Okay. Let's have a look.
Oh.
Well, 15.
With a 15, you manage to clean the armor up, and you get it to a point over the course of this journey where, with the basic tools you have at hand and your limited knowledge of armor smithing, that you could adjust this chainmail for anybody on the crew as they required. However, the particular damage dealt by Baron himself when he cut this hobgoblin down is something you cannot fix without specific tools for certain, and really you think it would be better done by someone with the proper training at the very least, just to avoid any chance of it going wrong. So you definitely reckon it can be fixed, and you clean it up to a point in which this could go to anyone now, but yeah, you're not quite able to kind of refix together the rings of chain that leave it open in certain places.
Mm-hmm.
Additionally, Baron, could you give me a nature or a survival?
Okay. We'll go with survival.
Okay.
Okay. 11.
With an 11, you're not building anything too complex. Using some of the kind of scraps in your inventory and the few bits that you have been able to collect, you managed to. Well, what are you trying to put together? You said some kind of item or
yeah,
icon.
not necessarily like a necklace, but maybe something that will just be like part of his weird like armor, I suppose. Even though it's just kind of like a big jacket.
Okay. It's not very pretty. And in fact, compared to some of the kind of tribal totems and icons that certain family members and other relatives of your clan have made, it's not the greatest you've ever seen. And frankly, compared to some of your older works, it's not even the best you've ever done. But with a little bit of rope and some time spent practicing your knots, you managed to put together this kind of I suppose, bracelet, if you will, that goes around your forearm. It's made with a simple loop of rope that you kind of can pull up your arm almost like a sleeve, and then you can tighten it. And then hanging from it, you have an assortment of different teeth. The horn hangs down kind of where your elbow is, so it hangs off there. And additionally, some of the kind of sharper, longer shells and things like that from the sea spawn are also now dangling off of there as well, creating this fairly attractive, as far as you can tell, somewhat impressive jewelry piece to go on your upper arm.
Nice.
Fantastic. Okay, so could I get perception checks from every person, please? Just one. As we go through our journey to Houndford.
18.
Houndford.
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 15.
Oh,
Oh,
fat rolls. Fat rolls.
They are
26.
big boy rolls, baby. Have we got a Brannon?
Yeah, I'm here.
Did you make your roll?
Oh, I did.
Perception, please. I'm not seeing anything, Brannon. Did you private roll to yourself?
2 6.
Are you hiding from me?
No,
Do I have to bring out the player character paddling stick? Also known as a Tarask.
There you go. Well,
oof. God no, please.
Okay, 12's not bad either. Okay. You guys set out in that kind of early afternoon period and find that the weather continues to hold up fairly well. Are you travelling east or west around the island?
which would be shorter from the best that we know?
I mean, you have a map, so you could just tell. 23, 43,
I think
63.
the other way.
20.
Back on ourselves is a bit shorter.
Yeah, it's a little bit shorter. Not by much. The journey time, roughly in days, would be about the same.
Yeah, we'll go west and then around.
So
Yeah,
back on yourselves.
west.
Yeah, west, back
Yeah.
around. Okay. Travelling back, following the route you had taken before, just with the island this time on your right as you travel, you continue to enjoy fairly pleasant sailing. Over the course of the period, Geronimo is hard at work, doing his best to try and get his head around working with chainmail. It takes a couple of efforts, but as I said, you make the progress I mentioned before. Additionally, with this journey, could you give me one more animal handling check?
Hell yeah, let's go.
Yeah, because I assume you'd spend more time with
Yeah, Wadger's getting
Wadger.
definitely a lot of Geronimo attention. Oh, 10.
He lets you sit next to him now while he eats. He sometimes deigns to glance over at you every now and again, as if expecting you to do something, but then just focuses on his food again.
That's improvement.
Yeah, that is an improvement. Meanwhile, Baron, you complete the kind of jewelry that I mentioned before, whilst Durgus focuses on looking fantastic at the head of the ship, and Brannon, you and Natara work to basically aid the recovery of your prisoner, who over the kind of 3 days it takes, 2.5 days it takes to travel around the island, makes a slow recovery. By the time that Houndford begins to come into sight, she is less delirious, capable of kind of engaging in conversation, but is undoubtedly far weaker than when you first kind of had your conversation with her. It's not necessarily that the fight is gone out of her, but it's almost as if she's too tired at this point to really put up a huge amount of physical resistance, though her mental faculties seem still quite tough. Eventually... sorry. No, you
Carry
go.
on. I was just going to say I wouldn't have really asked her any questions anyway, just leaving her to it for now.
No, that's absolutely fine. I just wanted to let you know kind of the state that she was in by the time that Houndford comes into sight. Eventually, however, Houndford does come into sight, and it is almost the inverse of Badgerton. Badgerton, which sat quite proudly in this southerly bay atop a number of bluffs and rocks, is the opposite to Houndford, which seems to stand out a little bit on a slight kind of, you have to turn into a bay, and there's a peninsula in the bay that juts out, which Houndford is built around. The peninsula itself is actually something of a bit of a bowl, and they appear to have built what looks to be some kind of earthen ramparts around their jetties so as to stop the water flooding the village. The houses are of a very similar style and build, as if constructed at a similar time to those in Badgerton, and in fact they too are mostly adorned in this bright flurry of different crests and symbology, all of which have a kind of maroon background, atop which there appears to be a hound looking back over its shoulder, kind of emblazoned upon it in white. Coming closer to the jetties, there is a similar kind of garnering of attention. You're a newcomer here in Houndford, and people clearly don't see ships that often, and so as you pull in and throw off your mooring lines and connect yourself up, a little crowd of different folk gather at the end of the jetty waiting to see who will disembark. As by the time you arrive, it is probably middle of the morning, and you guys have obviously had a long rest in your journey that's taken a couple of days.
Awesome.
Big heels. Well,
Big heels.
he'd probably be the first or most eager to depart, obviously having watched the thing come in properly from behind his wheel, sort of walking off the deck. He'd peer around to see if anyone was seeming to come forward to greet them, or if it very much seems to be a similar sort of thing to Badgerton.
No one in particular steps forward to greet you. It seems that no one specifically runs the docks, from what you can tell, or no one's claiming ownership of them or a desire to be the one to greet you.
Okay. Right, and with that, I think he'd sort of go forwards and obviously see one of these onlookers and try to catch their eye. He goes, "You there? Must be a pain or anything, but do you have an inn around here? Some sort of pub?"
There's a pause as a rather scrawny looking tabaxi kind of almost nervously looks out at you, as if surprised that you would pick on them. "Inn? You want an inn?"
Yes.
You could pull up at the Ass and Wagon.
Can you give us a direction?
Oh, well, just over there. And he points towards what looks like the kind of eastern edge of the village.
Right, we'll make our way around. And sorry to be a pain, but do you have some sort of shop here? You know, some sort of wares seller?
Wares seller?
No, well, we're looking to pick up a few things. I mean, supplies, to mention a few.
You want to buy things?
Yes.
As you say this quite audible conversation, there is this muttering and murmuring of approval at the notion of you purchasing things, and all of a sudden from the crowd you get random people shouting things that they want to sell you. "I've got a pair of old boots you can have." "Yeah, well, I've got an old cart with one of the wheels missing, but it'll do right, I swear." Hey, look over here. "No, I got a hammer you want." Just this random assortment of different things just being yelled out by the crowd, offering almost like a day of like bargain hunting or car boot sales, where they're just selling all of this random, just assorted trash.
No, none of that bloody shite. Look, when you got things in mind. If you won't tell us, we'll just find it by ourselves. And with that, he sort of turns back around to, I assume, see people coming out of the ship.
Yeah, Baron would kind of step off, heading towards Durgus and looking down to him. Making friends with the locals already, are you?
Well, that one wanted to sell me a dodgy old boot with a hole in it, so perhaps.
Just trying to make quick gold.
Yeah, indeed. Well, I asked if they got an inn around a place called the Ass and Wagon. If we go there, we can maybe ask over, after this fellow we're here hunting.
Yeah, well, Hopefully there's not another ghost to deal with.
I bloody hope not. And he sort of grumbles and sort of peers back towards the same tabaxi. I don't know, it's maybe far-fetched, but do you know in Orello, Spain?
Give me an insight.
Okay.
The cursed roll.
Oh, no. I was four anyway, so.
I mean, that's an 18. So you see that? I don't know what to do. You've incited someone successfully. You've caught me unawares. No, there is a brief pause, and you catch a glimpse as the tabaxi nervously looks towards the direction that they pointed when they mentioned when you asked about the tavern. The tabaxi quickly comes back with, No, never heard of him.
At the pub, then. All right, well, we'll see you around. And he says that as he begins to... Well, I think he would just begin to set off in a direction by the gestures.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Barrett would follow.
As you kind of move on as a collective, you still get the odd kind of shouting out from the crowd as they just try to offer you anything. One of them says you can have a plough, but the plough's missing. Another one mentions that they have an ox that's missing one of its legs, and it would make a great dinner, they reckon. One person offers their sister, and then you hear a very resounding slap and an apology.
By the way,
Where have we stumbled onto?
would Natara be able to look after our guest?
We can assume that Natara is taking care of the prisoner, thus indisposed for this session of roleplay. Making your way through the village, you are followed by a small gaggle of the locals who seem just interested as to what you are doing here and who you might be. And as you approach the rather square, almost sad-looking tavern, the Ass and Wagon, you step up to find that it is mostly empty, still in well enough condition and clean enough that you would consider it not bad at a pinch, but it's not the nicest you've ever seen. And the fire that crackles in the middle of the kind of common room does so weakly. It could use some more stoking up, but people around the outside of it seem in fairly good moods. The large pot of what looks like a kind of just broth of everything smells pretty good, and the tapped barrels of ales and things like that are stacked up against the wall by one of the bars seem to be relatively full and flowing with golden ambrosia.
And would there be someone behind the bar? I think like Doug's gonna wander on forwards. I feel, sort of moving up to this big old counter.
Yeah, behind the bar there would indeed. In fact, there would be a rather looming form of a Goliath standing. He would just be hauling a new barrel up onto this kind of stack of other barrels, just making sure it was safely in position before he turns back. This incredibly broad individual, a little bit short by Goliath standards, though still putting him safely above 7 feet tall. He has these kind of rippling, bulging muscles across his shoulder. Clearly someone who is used to manual labour, though given a rather portly beer belly, he has probably spent a lot of time, at least recently, not exercising as much as he used to. He looks you up and down, kind of as a collective once over. His face is marred in this almost labyrinth of tattoos that seem to hide a great deal of his features. He pauses for a moment. Just grunts once.
What brew are you carrying there?
We got the mountain stock stuff, and we got fresh from the field.
I'll have a mountain stock if that's alright. Single pint.
And for your friends.
I'll have the same as him.
Yeah, I'll have the same too.
Oh, I guess I'll have the other one. What was it?
Fresh from the fields.
Yes, let's try that.
One moment. Steps away, very quickly gathers up the mugs, pours out through the two different drinks, 3 of one of the other. The 3 drinks that come down are of a very dark, quite thickly scented, quite sweet, almost licorice kind of beer. The other one is a slightly brighter, a little bit crisper, more fruity ale, and they're pushed kind of towards you. And as he does so, with 4 drinks, he pauses. That's not my strong suit. Oh, 2 silvers.
Brandon will take out 2 silvers and hand them over.
I feel Durgus would then bring out 2 of his own. Obviously, he lets Brandon pay for the drinks. Sort of let that transaction happen before sliding another 2 silvers across. And there might be something else we're interested in. You heard of a fellow called Aurelio Spain?
As you say Aurelio Spine, there is an inhalation, a kind of catching of the breath. He pauses, the Goliath's hand hovering over the 2 silvers extra that you push towards him, as he seems to weigh up whether or not he wants to answer your question. Give me a persuasion with advantage. That would be Durgus, sorry, just to make that clear.
12?
12 is alright. Eventually his kind of great paw presses down over the coins, pulls back, drags them, and then places them into a what sounds like a money box behind the counter before he goes. Remember Aurelio? Was here a little while ago. Left sometime after that.
Do you know where he's gone?
Said he was going to go make his fortune in a big sea. He was a blacksmith, or so he said.
Did you,
Yeah, Baron kind of.
did you know much personally? I mean, talk to him much?
He stayed here some time. Couldn't get himself lodged with any of the locals. Didn't really trust him, see, because he came from those fucking badger scum.
Can I ask? We've heard from a couple other of the locals that they don't like the ones from Badgeton. What did they do over there?
What haven't they done? Burnt our fields, stolen our livelihood. If you go back far enough, you'll find from the moment this village was settled, they haven't left us alone. We're in the more prosperous northern point. We have more of the trade with those villages back in the homeland and stuff like that. Raiding us, stealing our shipping. Pirates came from them. Scum the lot.
When was the last time they attacked you?
Oh, probably last spring. Came for some of our pregnant cows.
And whereabouts exactly was this? More towards their border, I assume.
Oh, they came right up here. They came over the mountain, all round it.
Right. Well, still, if they're doing that, then clearly not very nice people. Still, this Aurelio person, what exactly did they do? Did he say why he was staying here?
Why he came here? Houndford?
Right.
Said he was on the run. Said he'd made some mistakes, done a few folk in.
Hey, well, seems to got a similar story then. And did he say where he was actually going?
Just said the big city. Took some girl with him as well.
Another poor one. Did she have any family here?
No, she was another one of those badgers.
Right. Well, thank you. I guess is there any sort of podmaster or someone who keeps track of the boats we could talk to?
Suppose you could speak to the manager.
You got a manager. Where is he? Well, where is he?
Oh, we're up at the coach house.
And where's that?
Let's go a little ways south. Other side of the village square. Long building. Won't be able to miss it. Opposite
you are.
opposite the mill. No, opposite the dance hall.
Right, I'm sure we'll find it. Thank you, Mr. Goliath.
Strong arm.
Strong arm. Good name.
Strong arm. He pronounces it correctly. No G.
I think it's Stronarn.
Whatever. Still, should be on our way. And he takes the tankard and quite promptly, I imagine, proceeds to down it.
Very impressive.
Yeah,
Pretty good.
Geronimo, noticing that Durgus is downing his pint, kind of looks around, kind of skittish, and then attempts to down his own.
Are we all downing our drinks and leaving?
Brandon is going to idly sip it as everyone else is downing theirs.
Well, while he's idly sipping it, Durgus would peer around the tavern to see if their sort of conversation has, drawn any eyes.
There's definitely a few people watching you. Certainly. None that you particularly pick out as being too interested. Mostly just folk who clearly haven't seen you before, who are paying you a bit of attention. Certainly a lot of the people who are here drinking kind of look over at you haphazardly as a group, and then kind of go back to their conversations. Sometimes you hear some muttering and pointing. That's about it.
And he sort of peers back at, and this girl he was with, do you know what species it was at least?
Hard to say. It was a little while. She was a pretty little thing. I think she might have been a gnome. Maybe.
She a gnome?
I think so. Or a halfling. Not really sure. Those small folk look the same.
Did she stay here as well?
What?
Did she stay here as well?
Briefly. She turned up a little bit later than he did. She managed to lodge with some other folk. But then came here, and then not long after that they both left.
That's gnomish ingenuity for you.
Well, you don't know she's a gnome just yet. Could be a halfling.
Well, if she ain't a gnome, then it ain't gnomish ingenuity. It's just damn halfling luck.
Don't know
Wait,
if you call it luck or ingenuity if they're with him.
No, she did run off with a murderer.
Yeah, well, I didn't say it ain't a smart decision or a stupid decision.
Well, it's certainly not a lucky one. Still, let's find our way to this coach house.
Okay.
I assume with that you're leaving to check out the coach house.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, easy enough journey. Just down through the village, following the kind of main road that leads to the village square. You pass by a actually fairly ornate, well looked after wooden structure with an assortment of arches and kind of pillars that have been carved and faceted in probably the most complex way these people know how to do. There's a few scenes of kind of natural hunts and animals and stuff dancing around, creating this wonderful, almost seemingly natural escape in the middle of the village. This demarcated by a large sign. It's the dance hall, inside of which you can hear the almost military kind of barking of an incredibly camp individual calling the time for what you imagine, based on the kind of clacking of shoes, is some group of people dancing in perfect unison. Across the way, where there is a well set into the middle of this kind of brick walkway, you see a very long building next to which there is a coach that has been set out under a kind of cover. And based on the kind of location of bricks and stuff like that, it looks like the coach is permanently set there. The door is wide open, and there is actually a small queue of people leaving inside of it. That appears it would be the coach house.
Very literal naming.
Well, it usually is. Shall we get in the queue?
Oh, might as well.
Yeah, these things.
It might be worth asking whether they've seen your sister here as well, Brennan.
I was thinking that, but I don't know if I don't know who here would be really the one to ask.
Well, probably this manager type guy. Clearly he keeps tracks of some things.
Can't hurt us all.
And so with that, I assume you're joining the queue?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Fantastic. You don't seemingly have to wait too long. There's only about 4 or 5 people ahead of you, and they're dealt with fairly quickly. As you get closer to the front doors, you can see within there is this kind of atrium welcoming area that takes up pretty much the whole front half of this long building. There's a couple of places to sit. On the walls, there appear to be a number of kind of hunting trophies and different ordinances and laws, basically detailing things they're clearly proud of in this village. And sitting behind a very large desk, stacked on top of which there is bags of money. There are pieces of parchment with kind of pre-written legalese written out that just need to be filled in, and all sorts of accoutrement that basically speed up the process of arranging the administration of a village. There is behind it a rather stooped, quite small, almost frail looking individual with black feathers. There appears to be a Kenku who is a little bit ruffled, looks quite aged. There are patches where his feathers are beginning to thin, but with deft hands underneath his wings, is working very quickly to fill out some paperwork as he moves stuff around and then scrolls up to the people he's ahead. He talks in a very quiet tone to petitioners who come forwards, state their claims. Most seem to look very hat in hand, look very humble, and he seems to deal with them respectfully. As you guys reach the front of the queue, kind of step forward, he peers up at you with these very dark black eyes, pauses as if not quite expecting all of you to turn up at once the way you have, and then reaches onto his desk to lift up a pair of spectacles which he balances very carefully on the end of his nose. So, who do we have here?
Well, I'm Durgus Barleybrew, but we are travellers.
Travellers? Here in Houndford. Remarkable. What brings you to our little village? Not the badgers, I hope.
No, certainly not them, but one of their members, I'm afraid.
Oh.
Yeah, a fellow by the name of Aurello Spine. We heard he came this way from there.
Aurello Spine. He begins mumbling the name to himself as he works over to a fairly large leather-bound book, which he opens. It's a little bit dusty. He begins to very slowly go through the sheafs of parchment before stopping. Aurello, I remember the dwarf. What about him? He left a little while ago now.
Hey, well, we're chasing after him, so to say. He left with a girl, we heard. Do you know where exactly he went? The tavern keeper, Stronarm, said he had to some big city somewhere.
Yes, he did. He was asking questions about New Haven and Farrick before he left. I would imagine it would be one of those two ports.
Well, at least that narrows it down a little bit.
Wait, give me a second. We've been to both of those, haven't we?
No, we haven't
We
been
haven't
to either of them.
You have been to neither
Oh,
of them.
not Farrick. Oh, fuck. I must be confused on the one then. Never mind. That makes things easy. Yes. Right, well, I'll explain it. Been to neither. Right, well, if that's the case, it's maybe a little bit of a one-off, but has there been a sort of band of, tomb delvers coming through here? He says, sort of turning his attention more towards Gavin, who's literally just gone BRB.
Who the hell is a Gavin?
No, I just read the Discord, sorry.
Okay.
He's left. He's gone. He's left forever. Did a girl come through here who looks similar to this fella here? She was maybe of a group of explorers or something of the kind. Travelers like us.
I've never seen a female human with a mustache before.
Like, obviously without the mustache. They're related.
By maybe the name Victorina?
Couldn't say for certain. No, not for certain. We've had a little trouble with a band recently, though I couldn't say they were... what was the word you used to describe them? Tomb delvers?
Exploring types, researchers.
No, there's a little group of folk up by one of the old mines, but they're a nuisance, not explorers.
No, what do you mean by nuisance?
Well, I mentioned the issues we've been having with Badgerton.
Aye.
A group of criminals who infiltrated the village not too long ago from Houndford, Badgerton, were discovered, and they fled, dealing a great deal of damage and stealing some goods before they left. We tried to chase them down, bring them to justice, but they fled up towards the mountain and took refuge in an old mine we were planning to reopen.
Alrighty, and obviously when we were in Badgerton hunting this fella, they said that you lot were, well, let's just say, not very nice, going over there, stealing their pigs and cows and setting fire to crops, and I take it you don't launch raids or anything of those sorts.
We have taken punitive actions against the people of Badgerton before, but only ever as a response to an incursion conducted firstly by themselves. If we had it the way we wanted it, we would both coexist peacefully here on this island. We could have the north and they could have the south.
Well, it's funny, because it seems they want the same. I am no genius, but I wouldn't be surprised if there's someone else on this island sparking things between the two of you, but I said that's just dwarven mind thinking. But thank you for now. If you are to go deal with these, wrongdoers, is there any sort of reward for that, a bounty?
I believe we could put together a small fund. One moment. With that, he closes the book, moves himself over to a couple of sheets of parchment, and begins to work through them, quickly doing some maths as he says, I believe we could find 100 gold pieces within the budget to pay for the capture or conclusion of this threat of thievery and banditry.
Blimey. Well, he sort of smiles, he peers back towards the others. I mean, I personally would mind the funds.
As Durgus locks eyes on Geronimo is nodding emphatically, like over and over, rapidly.
Aye, well, I think we'll take that one. Speaking of which, do you have any sort of shops around, to sell wares, supplies, maybe weapons?
I'm afraid not. The volume of trade in Houndford declined some time ago. Merchants don't make much of a profit here. We rely on traveling salesmen who come in via boat.
Aye, well, it was worth a shot. But we'll probably deal with this nuisance for you before we head on off.
Be much appreciated. As I said, the reward is standing. Put it in writing if you like.
No, I'm fine taking your word. And plus, I doubt you'd ever double cross a dwarf. He says, chuckling to himself. Still, whereabouts are they? You said somewhere to the north, a mine.
No, somewhere to the south, sorry. We are on the north. They are in the mine to the south. It's not too far from here, perhaps half a day's march by foot. Not quite in the mountains, but in some of the foothills that lead up to them.
Right, yeah, alrighty, well, I guess we'll go deal with them for you.
Do you know how long it would take for us to walk there?
As I said,
Just
about
half a day.
Half a day, roughly.
Oh,
Well, I mean, it's still relatively morning. Could head back to the ship, get some grub, and then head on out.
sounds like a plan. Then we can get back on the trail.
Yeah, and maybe Hetsy's sister is in. Maybe she visited this mine. You never know. Could all lead into one another.
It'd be a big coincidence if she did, but I mean, finding out things in a bloody goblin den, I'm not surprised. Still, let's shall we head on out?
Yeah, let's go.
Oh, and thank you, bird person.
The name is... Oh god, I've got my wrong NPC names up.
Oh no. Is it
Strong
Ransom?
arm.
I saw the name and I was kind of like, wait, that's not his name. Let's find his actual name. The
Wait, who are you?
name is Hoot.
Aye, well, thank you, Hoot.
He gives a
Yeah.
polite nod.
Yeah, thanks, Hootsy.
What? No, I said Hoot.
Yeah,
Oh,
Hootsy.
Before we leave, by the way, just a couple really small questions. Would you know anyone in town that's able to buy magical things, mainly scrolls?
No, we don't have magic users here. We haven't for some time. They're too valuable. They don't see much point in being stuck out here in the sticks with us.
Well, that's the thing. If I can sell you scrolls, so you wouldn't have to be a magic user. I infuse the scroll with the magic.
My hearing's not great, but I heard the echoes coming up from the docks. You saw what people were offering you for some of your gold.
True.
How much
Is
gold?
it all like?
How much gold do you think they have to give you?
I suppose it was worth asking, but either way. And also, is there any kind of a temple or church nearby?
Not too far from here. We have a sanctuary to Moxia.
Ah, well, that'll do perfectly.
Just the other side of the dance hall. Be sure to stop in and give the Sanctic my warm greetings.
I'll do that.
Would Durgus know who Marxia is?
You can make me a religion check.
Can we all make a religion
You can
check?
all make a religion check for you. A religion check for you.
Hell yeah.
Everyone can.
Because we have no religion in this party. 10. Oh my god, you got the gold.
Ooh. Oh, 13.
Yeah,
Double
13.
6.
Okay. So pretty much for. Am I missing Brannon again?
You are.
Yes, you are, because I have -1 to religion. And
Well,
he's
so do I, but I rolled anyway.
Okay, I'll
you
roll.
would, you wouldn't need proficiency for this one. This one's not very niche. Wait, aren't you a wizard?
Oh God, religion's intent.
Yeah.
I was looking at the wrong one.
You big Dumbo. That's fine. So for Durgus, Barrand, and Brannon, you would recognize the name Marxia as being one of the larger religions, kind of across the world. Air quotation marks. Also referred to as the Porcelain Queen, or the most noble consort. Marxia is one of the kind of high divines who represents perfect beauty in the form of the ideal ally and strongest consort. For Barrand, who was the only one to get the 13, she is particularly revered, not as a kind of maternal figure, but instead as kind of almost a guarantor. Thinking back on the tales of gods betraying one another and vying for power, Marxia always seems to be present as the kind of ally to whoever the main victor really is. She always seems to come in and just be that support kind of structure that they require to take that step further.
The people's god.
Sweet.
Somewhat.
Helps the good guy.
Yeah, somewhat. In general, as a kind of explanation for my players, but also for the audience, with how divinity works in my setting, as I've now done it, we have 3 levels. You have the divines, who are kind of the most powerful and the ones who are created at the beginning of creation and hold more domain-based and less kind of setting-specific stuff. So, for example, Baron's idea of who Marxia is, although the name is the same, who he imagines her to be looks very, very different to, say, how Durgus sees Marxia. The imagery can vary very, very wildly, because there's no particular this is how she has to look. There is just themes and domains that she belongs to, and so kind of general appearances that she takes, but no one specific. That compared to the deified, which is very much more individuals who have become gods, or the diabolical, who are just evil. Marxia is big good.
Nice.
Epic good.
Don't trust it. Right.
So, where to now? Leaving the coach house?
Yep, I think I'm going to leave the coach house and
Head to the mines in the south, I think.
yeah.
Actually, if possible, Brannon would like to head to the sanctuary first. To sanctuary first.
Okay, so sanctuary first, and then to the ship for breakfast, and then down to the mines?
Yep.
Okay, so heading to the sanctuary actually takes you back towards the ship anyway, so it's kind of en route. And sitting at the corner of the kind of main road, the main road that runs through the heart of Houndford, there is a sort of almost triangular building that sits right on the bend. As one of the only stone buildings, it looks markedly older than the rest of the structures in Houndford. The front facade is 2 stories tall, though very quickly it turns into a 1-story building towards the back. And around the front, though very simplistic, is a kind of compilation of different scenes that all show powerful figures being held up by strong hands. The pattern is quite lovely, though as I mentioned before, very simplistic, and open at the very front is a pair of double wooden doors that grant you entry to a very long, almost chapel space. Inside of that chapel, there are a number of pews set up at regular intervals, and then at the far end, there is a single great altar. A kind of large, vast altar that actually sits to the forefront, as behind it, far larger, is an image of a vaguely feminine figure standing with hands resting together quite passively, overshadowing this ill-defined figure at the front. Next to these 2 great statues, there is a small basin of what appears to be some kind of holy water, or sacred water, in which a very tall, lithe, feminine individual appears to be washing her hands. As you step inside, your boots echo on a well-cleaned floor, and as they do so, the figure turns to reveal a female drow, with long silvery hair, portraiting her face quite starkly, and accentuating what are very sharp and well-defined cheekbones and a jaw. She stares at the group of you entering with these deep red eyes, and then as you kind of step towards the far end where she is, she gives a curt little bow.
More bow in response.
Are drow relatively common, or are they just like, would it be like oh crap, what's that?
They are dispersed. As a species or as a race, they are not unheard of. Not something you look at and go, "Wow, what is that, Mum?" and point at it really rudely. But at the same time, there's no single place where they kind of have managed to congregate and come together as a people in the same way that other communities have, and so they are very much normally either loners or travellers.
Okay. Yeah, and he'd sort of lower his voice and speak towards the others. Don't expect anybody to drow here. So what are you doing here, Brannon?
Oh, well, I'm hoping to get a bit of help with the spell. It's not much, it's just a couple of supplies I need, and normally it's temples that have them.
Yeah, well, what kind of spells are you looking at, Hatsy?
It makes a companion of a sort, a magical one. A bit similar to your little Drake friend there.
Well, my little Drake friend, he's called Tank.
No, I meant Durgis's Drake friend.
Oh, you meant Pudge? Oh, okay. Hey, he's talking to you, Pixie.
I know.
As you guys have this full conversation in front of the Sanctic, she kind of curbs one of her eyebrows. Is there something I can do to help you?
Sorry, yes. My manners. I'm looking to get a bit of supplies. I don't know if I could get them from you, but normally you tend to have them, or places like this do. Namely, a brass brazier and some incense.
Incense is burning as we speak. She gestures up to some kind of hanging, not chandeliers, but kind of small plates in which there is, you can see little plumes of smoke coming off. They're hanging from the ceiling, very much out of reach. And we have a brass brazier just the other side over there. She gestures to a little alcove where you can see a brazier that isn't lit, but is safely nestled away in one of the small sections.
Well, the brazier would be of great help, but as for the incense and charcoal as well, if you have it, I need to get about 10 gold's worth, I believe it is. It's quite a substantial amount.
Do you have 10 gold to pay for it?
Yes, I do.
See, why do you require these resources? The Lady of Perfection does not exactly like her house being used in vain.
Oh, it's merely to summon a companion of mine that I lost a few months ago. He can't do it by himself, you see.
See. Well, if you are willing to pay for the resources you need and to leave a donation, Porcelain Queen, then I believe we can render this location for your services.
Of course. He will take out the 10 gold, and as well as he kind of stops and starts counting out silver while looking at her in the eyes. Gets to 5 and kind of pauses and see if she smiles or not.
Her expression has not shifted as she continues to stare you dead in the eye.
Seeing that, he'll take out a couple more silver and then pass it all over. So 7 silver, 10 gold.
She takes it very daintily, counts them for a moment, and then nods her head before withdrawing her hand into these long, very pale robes that she wears. Your donation is appreciated. Please make use of the brazier. I ask that you light it yourself and that you clean it when you're done. I will be around. She gestures kind of vaguely around herself if you require any specific help, but I assume, given she seems to spy your mustache, your training, that you do not need my help.
He's taken a little aback at that. He goes, do you know who I trained with?
I could take a guess, based on the facial hair. Only one of the wizarding towers encourages it.
I suppose that's fair. Thank you. I will be out of your hair momentarily.
She bows her head graciously.
He will then collect everything and then walk over to the brazier.
Durga sort of peers towards the drow as she, I imagine, slowly begins to make her way off. And sort of blurts out, "So why do you have 2 statues?"
She stops and turns. A look of surprise, as if she didn't expect you to actually ask questions about the religion whilst you were here. You know of Marxia, yes?
I know she got a funky mask, and she's going to be quite nice.
She looks disdainful at that being the summary of her goddess, before gesturing at the 2 statues. The creed of Marxia relies on the understanding that for every all-powerful being, gestures at the lead statue, the one that's sitting closest to the front, there is always someone more powerful behind them. For every king, a kingmaker. Marxia is a faith of love, beauty, of nobility, poise, and most importantly, power. She is the power behind the throne. She is, and then as she says she is, she gestures to the statue in the background, 2, and then gestures to the statue in the foreground.
Aye, well, who's your kingmaker then?
She pauses if she doesn't understand the question.
It's Bigsy, it's kind of like, you know, how you're the captain, but I'm behind you, kind of steering you, making sure you don't go off course as your first mate.
I know it's me behind you.
No. It's I'm behind you because you're the
Oh,
captain.
no, oh, you do nothing. I mean, I'm the one who's in charge, you know, steering with the wheel, and you're the one running around while I'm keeping a watchful eye over you.
No, that don't make sense to me. You're the one that's running around throwing stuff, and then I come in at the side like a flanking maneuver and save the day.
And I
Well,
think
whatever you want to believe, John.
I think as this existential argument about their own roles on the ship kind of begins to get louder and louder and louder, I think we will have the camera pan out and have that kind of fade in of fog as we shall end tonight's session here in Houndford. I'm so glad we actually made it to where we put in the title, because we have definitely not done that before, and I didn't feel like another week where the title had nothing to do with the session.
What do you mean, 2 hours in the beginning, just searching one area? That's
One
totally
area.
normal.
Swimming. 2 hours swimming. Swimming roleplay in a
Hey
fountain.
man, let me swim. I want to make use of it.
Thank you to everyone who watched us, especially those of you who stuck with us throughout. A massive thank you to Let's Quest again for raiding us. It's fantastic to have you. Another fantastic thank you to all of our new followers. I saw we had a few more this evening. Just to briefly note before we kind of do our getting off stuff. Yeah, sexy. Obviously, Let's Quest have been raiding us a couple of times now, and I just wanted to say we are hoping to do some collaborative stuff with them in the future. I know on my own part I've got a list of kind of lots of different nascent ideas that we want to try, but 100%, if you don't already, go follow Let's Quest, see what they've got going on. We stream at the same time, so I mean, if you watch us, keep watching us, but he also streams other content at different times. Go watch it, it's fantastic. I do. And hopefully in the future we will have something interesting to do. I've got lots of ideas, especially to do with a multiverse, and we'll do a civil war, and we'll do an end game. We'll have our own Marvel Cinematic Universe just for this.
Captain Durgus and the Winter Geronimo.
Absolutely. Traveling across into the multitude of futures that Doctor Strange has seen. We're testing my MCU knowledge because I don't know a lot of it. But yeah, so we're hoping to have that sorted out soon. Thank you everyone for joining us. And as Let's Quest has raided us, we are going to continue to try and share that love by seeing if we can find someone that we want to raid as well. So let's see if we can pick someone out from the D&D settings. Now, as always, you go to Dungeons and Dragons, you scroll straight past everyone above us. We don't want any of those people. They're doing better than us. We don't like them. We want someone who could use all of these views that we've got. So let's see what we've got. We've got a Rime of the Frost Maiden there. That's not a bad module. Dying Intensifiers, that's a hell of a name.
Where's that? I don't. Oh yeah, I see.
Nick's Blackheart, Dying Intensifiers.
Telia Misfits, where they've drawn their characters as stick figures under their tokens.
Oh, now where is that?
That's pretty good, yeah.
Where's that? Oh, Telia Misfits. Yes. Okay, I'm seeing that. I'm liking that. Massive Effect. We are gonna raid Massive Effect, because that is 100% something I'm enjoying. The stick figures drawn underneath. As someone who spends a lot of time when other people are having fights and I'm not there, drawing extra comments and artwork onto the battle board, I appreciate that.
Well, you're not concentrating on what we're doing, Alex.
No, I don't do that in this game. But Gavin can attest to the games that we've played in together where I've been a player. I spend a lot of time annotating a battle board with stuff like random comments that characters have said. Right, so it is Massive Effect. We are raiding. That should go there. Fantastic. Please do ready up. Please do join the raid. Share some love with these folk. Come on, we're a D&D community. We've been very lucky. And we hope to see you all again next week. Have a fantastic time, everybody.
All right.
Bye.
Bye.
Ta-ta.